Chapter 690. Based on Heaven's Father's calculations, Darkseid would replenish his army and recover from his injuries. After that, he would deploy his troops to infiltrate Earth and open the Mother Box. Finally, he would open the Sonic Tunnel and send the Apocalypse Star's army over. This entire process would take some time, from half a year to a year. The new God's army would not be stationed on Earth. The first wave of attack would be from Earth's superheroes. However, once they arrived, Heaven's Father would lead his army to join the battle. Heaven's Father expressed his apologies. Thea could not comment on the fact that Heaven's Father followed the rules while Darkseid did not. It was fine as long as Heaven's Father's army could come. This was much better than the 7 superheroes from the original timeline attacking Darkseid. Sia could not believe her memories anymore. 7 heroes whom she was not familiar with and had never even met before had been able to defeat Darkseid and his uncountable army by working together? How was that possible? You must be kidding me. There's still half a year left. Don't frown. Smile. Back on Earth, Diana saw the frown on her lover's face and tried to comfort her. Thea forced a smile. Diana did not know how much pressure Darkseid had put on her. In the past, she could say that even if the sky fell, there would be someone tall to hold it up. Now, it seemed like she was the tallest one. As someone who had faced Darkseid's true body, she was under immense pressure. She did not have much confidence when she thought about facing an enemy that was almost unbeatable. However, she did not dampen her spirits. The two of them watched TV at home for a while before deciding to go out for a walk. Diana suggested to look for Superman. She heard that Louise had given birth successfully, and she wanted to go and take a look. Thea had been worried that something would happen between Superman and Diana. Now that Superman had given birth to a child with his saintly character, nothing would happen. She was very relieved. The two of them did not teleport. Instead, they drove along the road to Kansas. Originally, they came out to relax, so Sia didn't drive fast. The breeze blew, and the two women's hair danced in the wind. Diana stroked her lover's blonde hair that even the sun would be jealous of, and said to herself with some emotion, in that world, Diana had always been alone. When she left Paradise Island, she lost herself. Humans rejected her, and her people did not accept her. She lived a lonely life. I really feel sorry for her. Thea didn't say anything. There was no need for her to say anything. I've reached a level that even the Greek gods haven't reached. I'm both lucky and scared. If I hadn't met you, would I have ended up like that Diana? Thea continued driving, allowing Diana to rest her head on her shoulder. Without Thea, Diana would not have made it this far. Without Diana, Thea Quinn would not have made it this far. It was a great honor to be able to attract Darkseid's attention. The evil overlord would not care about ordinary cats and dogs. With that thought in mind, Thea felt much better. The invisible pressure seemed to have lessened a lot. Thea held the steering wheel with one hand and hugged Diana tighter with the other. Their fates had been sealed since the first day they met. Even though she had always resisted fate, she was very lucky that fate had allowed them to meet and fall in love. Together, they had reached a level that ordinary people could not hope to reach. After breaking free from the shackles of the Greek gods, perhaps Diana's main character luck started to activate, or perhaps it was the lucky talisman that Hayata gave her that worked. The two girls had a safe journey, and they didn't encounter any **T situations. They successfully drove the car to Clark's classmate's farm. The farm was too big and sparsely populated. It was a place where even chickens and dogs could hear each other. Therefore, the Kents never hired outsiders to work, and the nearby farm owners did not suspect anything. It had been a few years since General Zod and Fiora came to cause trouble. Thea had been here a few times since then. She drove into the depths of the farm with familiarity. After parking in front of a two-story building, the two women took off their sunglasses. Thea, who was more familiar with Clark's family, went to knock on the door. Dong dong. After a long while, a gray-haired old woman came to open the door. "Hi, Aunt Marcia. We've met before." Thea was a little curious. Superman should have seen her. Why didn't he come out? However, she still smiled politely at the old woman. Diana behind her waved back. The old woman, who had always lived in seclusion, was a little wary at first. However, when she saw Thea, she smiled kindly. It was hard not to recognize the president's daughter. Besides, she had seen Thea before. She just did not recognize her at first. Woof woof. Clark and Louise walked out amidst the barking. Superman was still the same. His face was full of righteousness. Louise, who had just given birth, was a little chubby. However, the dog she was hugging attracted Thea's attention. This dog. Following Thea's gaze, Diana also felt the abnormality. This dog was not the same as the previous one. There was a high energy reaction in this dog's body. Superman felt their gazes and shook his head lightly. He gave Thea a look, indicating that his adoptive mother was still there. The shrewd young lady also pulled the outspoken Diana. The few of them walked into the room amicably. Old Mistress Marcia liked to see Clark's friends visiting. She insisted on making coffee for them. Thea looked at Superman and Louise. Both of them looked awkward. They seemed to be forcing a smile. She and Diana looked at each other. They were not quarreling, were they? It seemed like they came at the wrong time. Let's talk about the child to ease the awkwardness. After that, we'll leave. Although Diana was a pure warrior god, she had been with Thea for so many years. She knew basic spells such as fireballs and icicles, but she was not good at them. Telepathy was not a problem for her either. The two of them briefly discussed countermeasures. Thea looked ignorant and smiled like a Chinook. "I heard you gave birth to a son. Where's the baby? Does the baby look like the father or the mother? Let us see." After she said that, she saw Superman and his wife's faces turn even uglier. Thea's heart skipped a beat. The child was dead. It couldn't be. Fortunately, things did not slide into that abyss. Superman and his wife looked at each other and said helplessly, "Let Thea take a look. Maybe she has a solution." What happened next completely stunned the two girls. They saw Louise lead a 10-year-old boy out of the room. The boy had black hair, blue pupils, and long limbs. The clothes he was wearing were very strange. It looked like an adult's clothes had been cut out at the last minute. The edges of the clothes could be seen everywhere. The boy was a little reserved. He did not dare to look at Thea and Diana. Only when the big dog jumped into his arms did the boy breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 691. The two girls didn't know how many times they had looked at each other since they entered the room. Their eyes were full of doubt and absurdity. This boy who looks like he's 10 years old is your son, not an adopted one? Is Louise also the reincarnation of a hidden powerhouse? Her child was already 10 years old when he was born? You must be joking. The child in front of them looked very similar to Superman. There was no doubt that they were father and son. Thea even wondered if he had a child in some corner, and she didn't know about it. After all, Superman was in his 30s this year. His adoptive father had passed away, and he had been alone on Earth for so many years. Maybe it was because of the suspension bridge effect after he saved the damsel in distress, and the damsel in distress decided to give birth to his child, or something. Just like Oliver's son, William, that child was almost 10 years old. His biological father didn't know anything, and was still in the dark. The story of Superman and Oliver's son was very similar. Could it be that after his biological mother passed away, his biological son came to find them. And when the truth was revealed, Louise was so angry that she had a miscarriage. Blah, 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 blah. Thea automatically came up with a series of stories that could be filmed for 20 episodes. Faced with the two women's distrustful eyes, Superman scratched his head in a simple and honest manner. This is my son. He's using my father's name, Jonathan Kent. Although Diana didn't have a rich imagination like Thea, she had watched soap operas on Earth for decades. She swore on her divine position that she had never heard of a child who was 10 years old when he was born. The Valkyrie looked at Superman as if she was looking at a scumbag, unaware that in Diana's heart he had turned from Superman to scumbag. Clark looked at Thea with a somewhat pleading expression. Jonathan is indeed my and Louise's child, but he was swept in by a brilliant aurora yesterday. When he came out, he was like this. Oh, right, little Krypton came out with him. Little Krypton is this dog, right? Thea touched the head of the big dog beside her. With her off-the-charts charm attribute, little Krypton didn't reject her. This dog looked a bit like a border collie on Earth, but there were some subtle differences. Of course, appearance was not important. What was important was that this dog came from Krypton. Super strength, super speed, super endurance, heat ray, and the ability to absorb sunlight. He could even fly. This was a dog from Krypton. This dog looked silly, but in fact, its combat power could crush 99% of the people on Earth. Anyone who saw it would have the illusion that it was better to be a Kryptonian dog than an Earthling. Thea even thought that if she threw the dog into the sun, it might be able to defeat Darkseid in 100 years. Thinking about the scene of Heavenly Father and Uncle being beaten to the ground by a dog, TSK, that scene was just too satisfying. Krypton was an illogical and illogical planet, so it was normal for it to be destroyed. Not to mention others. Even Thea, who had worked so hard to get to where she was today, wanted to destroy them. He patted the big dog's head. It felt good, but Thea liked small animals. Small dogs were okay, but this dog was too big. It was not her cup of tea. Back to Superman's question, Thea thought for a moment. An aurora? It took away Jonathan when he was still a baby. When he reappeared, he was already this big. Is that so? Yes, but not here. I was afraid that there would be an accident when Louise gave birth, so I brought her to the Fortress of Solitude. The technology there is more advanced. The Fortress of Solitude was a logistics base that Superman's father had prepared for him, just like Batman's Batcave. There were all kinds of alien technology inside. Thea had never been there before. Both women understood Superman's unspoken words. As the first child of a Kryptonian and an Earthling, Superman was not very sure that the birth would go smoothly. He brought his wife to the Fortress of Solitude to give birth, or he wanted to protect the adults in case things went south. Diana's face looked a little better. From this point, it at least showed that Superman was a good husband. A day ago, what kind of light took Jonathan away? Thea had some guesses in her mind. Did something big happen in the multiverse a day ago? There must be something. A day ago, she and Uncle were still playing tug-of-war. Superman's next words confirmed her guess. There was a flash of red and green. According to the calculations of the Fortress's computer, there was a burst of energy that broke through the space barrier. After that, another burst of energy repaired the damage. For me, it was just a moment, but for Jonathan, he and little Krypton had been living together in another space for 10 years. Superman felt guilty for not being able to give his son a happy childhood. Thea was also a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. It might have something to do with me. It was like this at the time. The story of Earth 2 was told again. Previously, the story he told Diana mainly revolved around Wonder Woman. Naturally, The story he told, Superman focused on the Kryptonians. FHR Zod, Zod's son, and the adopted son of the Iyer family. Hearing such a sensational story, Superman's expression changed a little. General Zod was the only enemy he had killed. It could be said that it was a mark that would stay in his heart forever. As someone who had experienced the incident, Louise also recalled that General Zod had descended on Earth. That was where her love affair with Clark Kent, a country bumpkin from Kansas, had begun. When he heard that Superman had turned into the evil Superman and died at the hands of the Heavenly Father, Superman's expression did not look too good. Thea then showed the video of the battle to them using the water mirror spell. That's about it. A lot of the power of the laws can't be simulated by magic. It's about 60 to 70% similar to the scene. What she showed Superman was naturally the video of the battle with Darkseid, looking at the familiar collision of the rays and burning a big hole in space. Superman was calm. You saved a world. You don't have to feel guilty. This is an honorable thing to do. What happened to Jonathan has nothing to do with you. As if he did not want to continue the topic of his son, Superman changed the topic. You said that Darkseid will invade this universe again. How long does Earth have? Half a year to a year. Superman lowered his head and pondered for a moment. We've known each other for so many years, but we've never fought. Sia, why don't you spar with me? I want to see how strong Darkseid is. Oh, faced with Superman who was full of fighting spirit, Sia was a little dazed. Was it because she heard her tragic story in another world, so she had a rare bit of fighting spirit? Thea did not mind. 8 years ago, Superman was like a tall mountain in front of her. Now, she could even look down on him. She also wanted to see the results of her years of hard work. Okay, let's find an uninhabited planet and have a fight. Hearing that there was going to be a fight, the battle-hungry Valkyrie wanted to watch. Louise did not like fighting and killing, but seeing that her son seemed to be interested, she nodded in agreement. Of course, the dog named Little Krypton was also brought along. This dog had a very high IQ, could understand English, and could survive in space. They drank the coffee made by old Martha and chatted with the old lady politely for a while before leaving together. Batman's probes were all over the solar system. Thea found a primitive planet far away from the solar system that had oxygen and similar terrain to Earth and teleported them there. It would be boring to fight Superman with magic. She wanted to fight in close combat without using the holy sword. Thea only put on the divine husk armor. She clenched her fists and strengthened herself with a sea of soul power. Her strength, speed, and endurance were greatly improved. Watch out! A gray shadow flashed past. Thea was charging straight at Superman. So fast, Superman could not react in time at such a high speed. He chose to dodge to the side, and at the same time twisted his waist and threw a punch. Chapter 692. Sia had trained herself step by step from close combat to long-range combat to magic. Her martial arts were incomparable to the Great Plains wolf, who had been training for tens of thousands of years. However, compared to Superman, who had been weeding and farming, her moves were much more flexible. Faced with Superman's twisting punch, she made a nimble turn in the air and threw an uppercut. His fist, which was as white as jade, came into close contact with the stubbled chin. It was as if a muffled thunder had struck the ground. Bang! Superman was caught off guard, and he was sent flying hundreds of feet. Louise, who was on the ground, gasped. Diana quickly comforted her, saying that this was just the appetizer. It's so hard. Thea swung her hand. She felt like she had punched a super alloy. Superman's face was too hard, and it reminded her of the embarrassing moment when she pierced Supergirl's ears. Superman quickly flew back and stretched his neck. How's Darkseid's strength compared to yours? Thea could only smile bitterly. I don't dare to compete with him in strength. Are you kidding me? You want me, the goddess of wealth, to compete with the god of power? Is the difference that big? Superman's gaze turned serious. He clenched his fists and charged at Thea. When the two were close, he feinted to dodge Thea's side kick and hit her in the back. Unfortunately, he only hit an afterimage. Is this magic? Thea darted out from behind him and grabbed his red cloak. She spun 3 times on the spot and threw him at a mountain not far away. You can also create afterimages while moving at high speed. Thea knew that Superman could hear her. After throwing him away, she chased after him and punched Superman in the chest just as he crawled out of the rubble. Superman blocked with his hand, but Thea grabbed his wrist and elbowed him in the chest. Clark, you should practice human martial arts. It's fine to fight against normal people, but once the enemy has the same energy level as you, your combat skills will be too crude. Thea's fighting style was a little lackluster. In the eyes of a contemporary martial artist like her, Superman's fighting style was simply full of flaws. What did he mean by there were no flaws if there were more flaws? That was nonsense. If it wasn't for his body of steel, he would have died 100 times over. It would be a joke to say that Clark's heart was as calm as still water. He was neither arrogant nor discouraged by victory. At this moment, he was a little depressed. Was the gap between the two of them that big? I won't use any martial arts. Let's fight. I know you are still hiding something. Don't worry, you can't kill me. Show me the pride of the Kryptonians. This kind of Superman was not worth her time. She wanted to win with one blow. Thea began to gather her divine power. Her soul power surged like the sea and supported her body. Her muscles didn't change at all, but her insides had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Although the 4 divine thrones didn't have anything to do with strength, just the accumulation of divine power was still a terrifying number. Have I been eliminated by the times? Superman had to ask himself. He was a nice guy, but he was also a warrior full of honor. He wouldn't allow himself to be timid. For the first time, a fierce look appeared on this ordinary-looking man's face. Even he himself wanted to see how far he could go if he abandoned all his concerns. He's very strong. Diana, who was watching from below, was excited. She couldn't wait to go up and fight. In her eyes, Superman was on the verge of becoming a god. But why hadn't he received a response from the source? Thea saw it much more clearly than Diana. Superman had already touched the edge of the divine thrones. When others stepped off the line or took half a step forward, the source would take the initiative to respond. Superman, on the other hand, couldn't wait to enter the divine thrones. He still couldn't get anything. The crux of the problem was that the divine thrones were occupied by Darkseid. If Superman didn't kick Darkseid away, he wouldn't be able to get the divine thrones for 1,000 years. To some extent, this was the world's will's trial for the protagonists. Diana was like this, and so was Superman. They were born at a place where ordinary people couldn't catch up. The starting line for ordinary people was 10,000 meters away, but for protagonists like them, the starting line was probably only a few hundred meters away from the finish line. The balance between everything made them different from ordinary people. They were firmly bound by heavy shackles. Every step forward was as difficult as climbing the sky. Now that Thea had surpassed them, these protagonists had to put in more effort and sweat if they didn't want to be left behind. Thea didn't know what Superman was struggling with. She only knew that she had accumulated her divine power to the maximum. She would definitely win the next punch. She wasn't the only one who was confident. The worlds will also vaguely sent out a similar message. Even if more than half of Superman's body had reached the divine thrones, there was nothing to be afraid of. He wasn't the god of strength yet. Thea wouldn't put all her eggs in one basket in a real battle. She wouldn't give up on defense, movement, and vigilance. She would gather her divine power for 2 minutes and then use it to punch. Darkseid wouldn't give her the time to do that. This punch would probably be the most powerful one she could throw at the moment. "I'm coming." Superman's eyes were unprecedentedly serious. He wasn't confident in facing Thea's divine power. He wanted to make the first move. Diana was the only one on the ground who was calm. She could see that Thea had the upper hand. The remaining 2 people and 1 dog perfectly acted out what it meant to be dumbfounded. About 20% of Darkseid's divine power, less than 30%. Thea still had time to estimate Superman's strength. She recalled the power of the evil Lord when he shattered her sword and made a comparison. If Superman was only at this level, it would be difficult for him to fight against Darkseid's doppelgangers in the future. Was Superman weaker than she thought, or was she too strong? Thea didn't have time to think. Facing Superman's fierce attack, she also threw a punch with all her divine power. Even though they didn't make contact, the wind generated by their punches was still able to push the air around them away. Superman, who was serious, activated the power of the stars in his body. At first, it was a little bit of light, but as he frantically extracted energy from his cells, the light became brighter and brighter. From afar, he looked like a small sun. Thea's appearance was much worse. Her divine power had nothing to do with light. Silver-gray cyclones kept circling around her, and the faint sound of war drums could be heard in the air. This was the side effect of the divine position of art and art. It could relieve pressure and boost morale. Thea was very confident that she could win because of the divine position of art and art. The originally clear sky was directly divided into 2 halves. The left half was a brighter yellow star, and the right half was a steady and indomitable gray mountain range. Boom! With an earth-shattering blast, the 2 of them slammed into each other at the same time with the belief of victory. Chapter 693. Their punches were so powerful that even though they were more than 100 meters above the ground, they still plowed 2 deep trenches in the ground. As the 2 completely different types of energy came into contact, a larger scale of destruction occurred. It was like a child's graffiti. With the 2 as the center point, the ground on Superman's side was washed out by the power of the soul, creating a semicircular pit with a diameter of thousands of meters. The ground was completely turned into sand. On Thea's side, only a layer of the ground was flattened. The aftermath of the attack caused a large amount of sand and stones to fly. "I've surpassed Superman." Thea wanted to roar to the sky, but defeating him would not give her any experience points, and there were no hidden achievement rewards. Instead, it would hurt his confidence, especially in front of his wife and children. In order to save face for Superman, she took the opportunity to fly back a short distance. From a layman's point of view, this was a sign of a draw. Superman, who was sent flying several miles, got up from the ground with a dirty face, reached out to wipe the dirt off his face, and focused his attention on the distance. Superman, who had always been confused about how strong he was, looked at Thea flying back and felt a lot better. Although he had been a little wasted in the past 2 years, he had not wasted much. He still had a chance to catch up. Again. After too long of peace, Superman's Kryptonian nature was triggered. Thea did not want to bully him. But Diana also flew out excitedly at this time and proposed a battle between the 3 of them. Come on then. The 3 of them, who represented the highest combat power in the universe, attacked each other. Diana had gotten rid of the period of weakness caused by the blessings of the gods. Now, every bit of divine power belonged to her. Unfortunately, she was still not a match for Thea when she was in a serious state. The battle between the 3 of them slowly turned into a battle between Thea and Diana and Superman. A battle was a battle, and they would not deliberately go easy on each other because of love. Diana's martial arts made up for Superman's shortcomings. The two of them cooperated quickly and joined forces to suppress Thea, the great demon king. Even a hero could not defeat a pack of wolves, right? Despite Thea's efforts to maintain the situation became more and more obvious. Darkseid could take on 7 people at once, but he couldn't even handle 2. That was the difference between them, 2 against 1. After fighting for half an hour, the land that was as big as the Semida Peninsula was sunk by the 3 of them. All right, I won't fight anymore. At this time, the eldest Mrs. Condition was far from the peak. The divine power in the soul and art divine positions was only a thin layer. She could not hold on any longer and declared a ceasefire. The other 2 were also exhausted. Diana was also lacking in divine power. Although they had the advantage of 2 against 1, they still felt uncomfortable. Thea was stronger than them. There was no doubt about it. The 3 of them agreed to go back and work hard. They would fight again, next time. Thea teleported them back to Earth and used magic and divine spider silk to create a blue tights and a red cloak on the spot. It was a gift for little Jonathan. After that, seeing that there was still some material left, she also made a red cloak for little Jonathan. After bidding farewell to Superman and his wife, Thea pulled Diana and drove away. According to her, she was under too much pressure and needed to relax. Watching the 2 women drive away, Superman stood at the edge of the farm for a long time without saying a word. "Clark, are you okay?" Louise asked her son worriedly. "Do you know, Louise, she's under a lot of pressure now." Louise was confused by Superman's words. It took her a long time to understand. She asked tentatively, "Are you talking about Thea?" "She's shouldering the fate of the entire world. She's helpless and nervous, afraid that one wrong step will cause irreparable damage to the world. I can understand how she feels. Because this was my mission before. It was my father who sent me to this planet." Louise looked at him suspiciously. "What do you mean?" "You're praising another woman in front of me. You don't want to live anymore, do you?" Superman caressed his wife's face. "Now I'm living with you so easily because the burden that originally belonged to me has been shouldered by someone else. I wish I could be with you forever, but I can't be so selfish. Earth still needs me." Louise took a deep breath. She knew that her husband was going to do those dangerous things again, but the justice in her heart told her that she had to support him. "Clark, no matter what you do, I'll be waiting for you at home." She seemed to feel that the atmosphere was a little heavy. She even smiled playfully. "When I'm done resting, it's time to go back to work." He hugged his wife in his arms. "There's still half a year. Thea's right. I'm going to go to Gotham to find that person to train me. I'll bring Jonathan along too. I heard that his son is also 10 years old. Maybe they can be friends." He did as he said. After saying goodbye to his adoptive mother and wife, Superman used the excuse of visiting a friend to fly straight to Gotham with his son. Jonathan's flying ability was worrisome. It fluctuated between high and low. Fortunately, he had his loyal dog Krypton by his side to protect him. "Dad, is that woman from before very powerful?" Little Jonathan, who was slowly getting used to flying, asked curiously. The father-son nature quickly removed the barrier between him and Superman. However, when he thought that this man he had never seen before was his father, he still felt that it was ridiculous. He grew up in the wilderness, and only Krypton accompanied him since he was young. Now that a father and mother suddenly popped out, it was a little hard to accept. Perhaps it was only a moment for them, but to him, 10 years had passed. "Very powerful, but I'm confident that I can catch up to her," Superman said with certainty in front of his son. Little Jonathan nodded and did not say anything. He chose to believe this man's words from the blood in his veins. The father and son flew to Gotham. Superman stopped in his tracks. With his supervision and super hearing, he quickly found someone's hiding place. He led his son and his beloved dog into a waterfall. I don't remember inviting you. Even in his own home, Batman, who was armed to the teeth, lowered his head and welded some kind of device. He glanced at little Jonathan and Krypton indifferently and continued with his work. I want to learn some martial arts. Do you have time to teach me? I remember that you know a lot of martial arts. Superman said embarrassedly. Batman put down the welding torch in his hand and raised his head. He looked left and right and made Superman's hair stand. You want to learn martial arts? That's unbelievable. Is your superpower gone? Sorry to disappoint you. My superpower is still... Then did you take the wrong medicine? Superman was silent. Batman acted as if it was his first day meeting this old friend. Even with his intelligence, he did not understand the connections behind this. However, his attention was quickly attracted by little Jonathan and Krypton. Who is this child? My son, little Jonathan Kent. Batman was silent for a while. His first reaction was similar to Thea's. His wild son had come to find him, and so on. However, he was not that gossipy. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let your son play with Damien for a while. Since you sincerely want to learn human martial arts, follow me." As he said that, he signaled Damien, who walked out from the shadows, to bring little Jonathan to the side. He then led Superman into the distance. Chapter 694. The two caped men strolled in front while the two smaller ones followed behind them. Did you encounter an undefeatable enemy? Batman could not figure out the purpose of Superman's visit. It couldn't be that he wanted to promote Earth's martial arts, could it? Yeah, Thea came to find me earlier. She said that our Earth was targeted by some super bad guy. Batman's face was as still as water, his expression unreadable. Superman continued, "She's in low spirits now. The enemy is stronger than she imagined." Thinking of what Thea had said about Batman's sacrifice in the other world, he held it in and did not say anything. "Understood. I'll train you as fast as I can." Batman's voice was calm as he explained. At the same time, he led the way with a happy and mysterious smile on his face. Superman's face was a little bitter, but he forced a smile in order to improve his combat strength. Who knew that this was the beginning of a nightmare? Batman led him into a room full of red radiation. "You feel it, right? Your superpower is suppressed here. Time is precious. Let's get started," Batman said as he threw a punch in the face. In the distance, two children sat 5 meters apart from each other. They each sat on one side of the room and listened to the screams that came from time to time. There were also words like, "Use strength in your legs and keep your body straight at all times. Put your fists in front and behind. Don't use all your strength to attack." Of course, Damien knew Superman, but he still raised his little face and asked casually, "Is that big guy inside your father?" After leaving his parents' arms and living alone in an unfamiliar environment for 10 years, little Jonathan was not a pushover. Being afraid of strangers was just a manifestation of his high vigilance. In the face of Damien's provocation, he also returned the favor. "Is that dark guy your father? Does your father have any superpower?" Damien was speechless for a moment, like a little lion with its hair standing on, and he asked back, "You have superpower, right? Do you dare to compete with me?" Little Jonathan looked at Damien as if he was looking at a mentally handicapped person. In the wilderness, pointless battles were the stupidest thing to do. He couldn't understand the battle between Thea and Superman, but the two of them were too powerful. They were stronger than all the experts in the world he had lived in before, so he didn't dare to mock them. Little Jonathan proudly glanced at Damien with a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. He then tilted his head to the other side, minding his own business. In this timeline, Damien had been trained by Miss Thea for 2 years and spent more than a year with the big lowly raven. After dealing with these two black-bellied people for a long time, he was more or less influenced by them. Seeing that little Jonathan was not fighting with him, and was instead sizing up the various high-tech equipment in the Batcave, he immediately determined that this guy was a bumpkin. Broadband oscillator. When little Jonathan's gaze landed on a black instrument, Damien introduced it with a sense of accomplishment. Bat wings, satellite navigation device. Anti-radiation lining armor. Damien was like a competent tour guide, constantly introducing the various high-tech equipment in his home. As he introduced, he despised little Jonathan in his heart. This guy looked smart, but he had never seen anything before. Which ravine did this barbarian jump out from? In fact, his guess was not far from the truth. Little Jonathan had wandered into a world similar to the aftermath of a nuclear war. If he had not been found by little Krypton, who was searching for traces of Kryptonians, he might not have survived. His life experience was rich, but his knowledge and vision were too lacking. There was no systematic technological reserve in that world. The various products that were put together were far inferior to the weapons in the Batcave. The two half-grown children gradually became familiar with each other. Little Jonathan looked at a tall black armor that was nearly 3 meters tall in the distance and asked curiously, "What is that?" This thing was similar to some of the armors he had seen in the desert world, but it seemed to have a deeper craftsmanship and was more intimidating. Damien was a little speechless, but he still said, "My father named it the Anti-Thea armor." Little Jonathan was not unfamiliar with the name Thea. After all, his parents had introduced him before, and the clothes and cloak he was wearing now were given to him by her. But what left a deeper impression on little Jonathan was that she had created a sea of sand that was thousands of meters wide with a punch. Respect the strong, and remember the strong's name. This was the iron law of survival in the desert world. Little Jonathan's thoughts had not yet shifted to a peaceful era. A few thoughts collided in his mind, and his eyes flickered as he looked at Damien. "The Thea you mentioned is a beautiful woman with blonde hair and green eyes, right? Are you enemies?" Damien was a little surprised. This country bumpkin had seen Big Sister Thea before. He asked with a strange tone, "How can that be? Big Sister Thea is like my own sister." Little Jonathan's face was full of confusion, and he was a little confused. Even if he did not understand this world, this black armor did not look like it was sending a friendly signal. His little brain was completely confused about the relationship between his family and these two groups of people. Were they enemies or friends? Or were they enemies? And his family was in a neutral position? Little Jonathan used his own outlook on life and the world to think for a long time, but he still could not figure out the relationship. But the collection of information was not affected. Little Jonathan said after some deliberation, "That beautiful big sister seems to be very powerful. Even my father can't beat her. This armor of yours?" Damien knew that the other party was provoking him, but the rascal's desire to show off still revealed some of his father's secrets. "Ha! Big sister is very powerful, but our armor is not weak either. Do you see the probes on both sides of the armor's head? There are high-speed scopes hidden there that are 10,000 times faster than human dynamic nerves, and the trajectory is simulated by a supercomputer. At the same time, it is modeled and calculated, and the hit rate is as high as 90%. The armor's entire body is made of a mineral collected from Pluto after a special process. Rare metals are added, and its hardness is 150 times higher than the existing superalloys on Earth. There is a black hole generator installed inside the armor's left wrist. Using all of the armor's energy, it will generate a black hole that lasts for 30 seconds, and all light will be absorbed. And Damien's mouth occasionally popped out some words that Jonathan did not understand, and he received an expression of confusion. The two rascals spent the afternoon chatting. The door of the training room finally opened, and they saw Brother Superman beaten black and blue. Little Jonathan was just about to help him up when he saw Superman's face return to its original state, as if by magic. It feels good to have strength again. Superman looked at the little red room with lingering fear. Even from the outside, the bright red inside was still dazzling. Little Jonathan looked around and whispered, "Father, let me tell you a secret." Chapter 695. After listening to his son's secret, Superman held back his laughter, and his face turned red. Seeing that his father was about to have a relapse, little Jonathan picked up a stick from a short distance away. In his impression, patients with mania could be cured with a single strike of the stick. Superman ignored his son's little action and explained to his son with a smile, "That guy in the black cloak, he's sick here." He pointed to his head. He patted his son's shoulder again. "Anti-Thea armor. Are you sure that's the name? You're finally not the anti-Superman anymore?" I'm dying of laughter. Seeing that little Jonathan still couldn't get over it, he said, "Don't worry, we're good friends with this black cloak and Thea. You can be at ease and make friends with Damien. Their family, the father and son are good people." Superman wanted to say that Batman's family were good people, but when he thought of Talia and Ninja Master, he quickly changed his words. For the next few days, the father and son ate and lived in the Batcave. The old butler, Ah Fu, delivered food and drinks to them on time. Superman's strength didn't change, but his fighting skills began to improve rapidly. He didn't need to learn Batman's 127 martial arts. As long as he learned and got beaten, a set of fighting styles that suited him, he would succeed. Damien and little Jonathan's friendship was slowly established. How could two boys develop a friendship together? Of course, it was through fighting. After being trained by the Missy for 2 years, Damien, who practiced both magic and martial arts, beat Jonathan, who had intermittent superpowers, to a pulp. However, he was defeated in the air. Thea once gave him a flying mount that she caught in outer space. It had a crown on its head, colorful stripes on its body, and a wingspan of 20 meters. Thea, who had difficulty naming, named it Leonopteryx. Damien claimed the title of Leonopteryx. Unfortunately, even though this kind of flying dragon was at the top of the food chain on that planet, it was still inferior to little Krypton. As an old member of the Al family, he was Superman's pet. Now, he had become Jonathan's pet. In terms of age, little Krypton was a genuine old dog. No matter how powerful the great Leonopteryx was, it was still a ferocious beast. It was no match for the cheaters, the Kryptonian dogs. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Superman and his son bid farewell to Batman and his son and sent their son back to his wife. Superman wanted to improve his combat strength. Learning martial arts only made him more nimble. The amount of energy was his foundation. After bidding farewell to his wife and son, Superman flew directly into the sun. He was racing against time to absorb energy. Thea didn't know that she was remembered by Batman and finally had a place for herself in the Anti-XX series armor. She took Diana for a spin around the United States. She had just hung up a phone call where Damien begged her to find another flying beast. Thea finally understood the purpose of the naughty child. He wanted to find a ferocious beast to PK with little Krypton. This was really difficult for her. If she wanted to win against little Krypton, it had to be at least at the level of a giant dragon. While she was blindly pondering, another call came in. Thea talked for a long time before hanging up. She turned to Diana. "Kara is going to attend the graduation ceremony. Are we going to watch as well? Diana also had a good impression of Kara, this silly girl. Anyway, they were just strolling around. Let's go. The two rushed to the city of Nathaniel. Little Supergirl had lived in this city for several years. The Danfoss family and Superman both wanted her to continue her studies, but Kara was really not cut out for it. Although calculus on Earth was similar to addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division in the eyes of Kryptonians, Supergirl, who didn't like to study, was still very resistant to going to school. Now that graduation was imminent, Kara planned to go straight to work. She didn't want to study anymore. As for mathematics and physics, she chose to ignore them. She chose the same career as Superman, to be a reporter after graduation. They were very familiar with each other. Thea and Diana didn't bring any gifts and knocked on the door directly. Come in, come in. Kara was a little happy when she saw the two beautiful sisters. You asked us to advise you on the phone. What do you want us to advise you on? Sia sat down on the sofa as she asked, feeling amused. Kara took off her old-fashioned glasses and said, seriously, the graduation ceremony clothes. I want to wear my own characteristics. Ha ha. Diana covered her mouth and laughed. I can't help you with this. Ask Thea. She has experience. The young lady was indeed very experienced. After all, she had a doctorate, so she was naturally the senior advisor. The academic uniform and hat were exactly the same. Kara's university had always been known for its strict academic style. They wouldn't wear those eye-catching, messy clothes at graduation. After removing the formal uniform and hat, the highlight of her personality was the various jewelry. Thea had shares in several major jewelry and fashion groups in the world. Her fashion vision had always been at the forefront of the times. Diana could also provide a lot of advice from the perspective of combining traditional aesthetics and modern art. Even if the two of them couldn't make up their minds, they could call for help. No designer in the world would dare to refuse a call from the young lady. Her hairstyle, headdress, necklace, and watch were all confirmed. Kara dressed up happily. She also felt that she looked 3 points better according to Thea's design. She was very happy. 5 minutes later, she couldn't be happy anymore. Thea lifted her shoes and scratched her head. Kara usually wore flat shoes. Occasionally, she would have 2 pairs of thick heels or wedge heels. This girl didn't wear thin, high heels. It wasn't impossible to wear thick heels or even flat shoes to the graduation ceremony. It was just a little overall loss. Kara thought about it. This was the only time in her life. She made up her mind. I'll walk a few steps for you. Watch carefully. The Valkyrie, who was more model than model, quickly changed into a pair of 10 centimeters high heels. She walked gracefully. Every step was slow and steady so that Kara could see clearly. Thea was no longer as embarrassed as when she was learning. Her soul didn't strengthen her strength much. Her speed was the main direction of improvement. At this time, she was even confident that her speed could compete with extreme speed. Being able to move at high speed, her sense of balance was even more amazing. She wore high heels as if she was walking on flat ground. Kara was surprised. After the two beautiful sisters finished trying, it was up to Kara. She put on the thin, high heels with trembling. The two girls helped her walk a few steps. It doesn't seem that difficult. Let go of me. Kara's cheeks puffed up as she encouraged herself. Thea and Diana looked at each other and let go of their hands. Then they saw a horrifying scene. Kara screamed, "Ah, ah." She fell to the floor with a loud scream. The girl was a little nervous and couldn't control herself. She directly smashed a human-shaped hole in the floor. Chapter 696. Diana covered half of her face, while Thea tried her best to hold back her laughter. She was afraid that she would laugh out loud. One is marked by the company one keeps. Diana watched the show happily, and it took her a long time to realize that she should help Kara up. Diana didn't realize that she was also laughing. She glanced at her lover angrily. The two of them fished the bitter-faced Supergirl out of the big, human-shaped hole. Thank goodness she didn't fall through the floor into the basement. Thea could not hold it in any longer. She quickly looked up at the sky to distract herself. "Stop it!" Diana patted her. Fortunately, Supergirl was too upset to notice the two girls' little actions. After the little episode, they still had to learn. Thea told Kara about the techniques that Madame Shiva had taught her, including calf muscles and the way to exert force on the soles of the feet. Not to mention, this kind of tutorial with some combat content, treating it as a kind of leg technique. As a natural warrior, Kara immediately understood what was going on. He was a little familiar with it. From walking slowly to walking quickly, it looked like he was doing the same thing. The graduation ceremony went smoothly. Although Kara was dressed very fashionably, her black-rimmed glasses covered her face. Overall, she went from being very old-fashioned to not so old-fashioned. Thea did not participate in the job search. Kara knew that she had connections, but she did not ask for help. The little girl joined the job search energetically. The two girls flew in the air and looked at the busy people on the ground. Ordinary people did not know about Darkseid, but they also had a lot of trouble. Life was hard, and no one had it easy. "I'll go back to the planet of creation first. I've thought of a way to avoid heavy casualties," Thea said firmly. Diana did not say anything. She just gave her lover a hug to show her support. These days, Sia had actually been thinking that if they were to fight on Earth, the destructive power of the many superheroes and gods would be too great. Not to mention others, just the wasteland wolf who would smash the ground with his axe every now and then. An average planet would not be able to withstand it. If the global economy was destroyed, all her efforts over the past few years would go down the drain. It was easier said than done to fend off the enemy outside the country, but it would be even better if they could fight in outer space. Unfortunately, Darkseid would not negotiate with them. He did not have diplomacy, and he did not need to test the waters. His battle strategy was to use his army to fight head-on. If a battle were to take place on Earth, it would be almost impossible to get through it unscathed. This dead not troubled her for many days. Thea thought about it several times and finally decided to build a higher dimension on Earth. The new Genesis star and the Apocalypse star were above many parallel universes. Thea's plan was to build a continent slightly above Earth. Even if Darkseid's army were to descend, they would be stopped by this plane. It was the perfect place for the superheroes and the human army to face the enemy. As for why he didn't build it higher, it was a matter of ability. This kind of dimension was much more difficult than creating a subspace. Secondly, she would have to eat as much as she could. It would be fortunate if Earth could be saved. The other universes would have to pray for their own good. If the dimension she built was too high in latitude, higher than all the parallel universes, Darkseid would have to face her in any plane he invaded. There would be a small battle every 3 days, and a big battle every 5 days. She would go crazy. She could be said to be selfish, but that was what she was going to do. The plan was complete, but how was she going to build it? It was easier said than done. After much thought and planning, she finally came up with a detailed plan. First, she would get the golden apple from Hera and turn it back into a seed. This seed would be planted in the African grasslands. She would cast a spell that sped up time 10,000 times to create a fake world tree that would be used to host the new dimension. After that, she would return to the new Genesis star and gather all the mages in the Magic Legion to draw a huge magic array that would connect everyone's magic to cast an unprecedented legendary wishing spell. The Heavenly Father pretended not to see her doing this for the new gods. He even observed it with interest. An indescribable amount of magic gathered and formed a magic cloud that covered the entire new Genesis star. With the power of magic, a trace of the power of creation was born from the magic cloud. Thea then used the wishes of all living beings in her scales of order as a guide to build the new dimension with great difficulty. There had to be oxygen, and all the rules had to be in line with Earth's standards. Secondly, the dimension had to be sturdy. Lastly, it had to be large enough. After 10 days of work with more than 1 million mages, she created a continent that resembled North America. She named it the New World. The new dimension was desolate, and there were no signs of life. Thea was a little disappointed. She had wanted to pry into the mysteries of creation, but magic had its limits. No matter how much magic power she accumulated, it would not cause a qualitative change. The result was not perfect, but no matter what, there was a battlefield. In order to make the battlefield suitable for human survival, she had to do more work. It was connected to the green of all things, the red of all living beings, and the black of decay to maintain a natural cycle. Then she talked with Moira for a day. They had to mobilize the army and scientists to reclaim the land. Moira took a day to listen to Thea's detailed description of the plan named New World. It was a big deal, so she found several top officials of the government and the military to discuss it together. The reason they gave to the outside world was definitely not that the evil lords were invading. In order not to destroy the Earth's environment, they were preparing the battlefield in advance. They discussed behind closed doors and came up with a holographic simulation game as an excuse. There was no need to kill monsters to level up. They only needed to plant trees and build a few outpost bases. After that, the construction of power plants, signal towers, installation of weapon launchers, and other matters were handed over to the military. The Pentagon was very happy with this matter. When the leaders saw the new continent, General Ryan, Superman's father-in-law, was a little dumbfounded. This place was too big. This place is too desolate. Are there really aliens invading? The old general asked doubtfully. As far as his eyes could see, there were either stones or mud. There was no trace of life at all. Of course, this time it's not just one or two. It's an army led by the evilest guy. The image I showed you before was of another parallel universe that they conquered. If we don't prepare in advance, the ending will not be much better than that. When I left, the Earth of that time and space had less than 80 million people of 7 billion people left. Human civilization had regressed by at least 100 years. All kinds of landforms were damaged, and natural disasters were constant. I don't know if there will be a more far-reaching ecological impact. In order to explain to the old politicians what the parallel universe was about, she spent a lot of time and effort. She presented facts and reasons, and the few top officials were scared pale. Chapter 697. It was the first time that Moira and Vice President Swanwick came here. They sat in Thea's flying machine and looked down from the sky. The new continent was an excellent supplement to the exploding population on Earth, but it was too big. Thea, this place is too big. It's too slow to develop it with only the national power of the United States. We must develop it together with several powerful countries in the world. Moira saw the problem accurately. Whether it was development before the war or dividing the benefits after the war, it was not suitable to monopolize it. Thea had no objection. The continent had been solidified, and the basic atmospheric environment was completely designed according to Earth's. It was a good place to relieve the population pressure after the war. After all, the amount of work required to transform Mars was greater. taking a few high-level officials for a tour. Thea set up a permanent transmission array between the original Earth and the new continent. In the future, the flow of personnel and materials could be passed through here. In the early days, she used the name of holographic simulation games to fool soldiers and scientists to do infrastructure. In the later days, when to tell the truth, or even whether to tell the truth, was the business of the politicians. She couldn't care so far for the time being. The governments of various countries were pulled in by Moira for negotiation, whether they believed in the invasion of the enemy or not, with an additional continent at their disposal and countless resources waiting to be exploited. With the thinking of those politicians, they would make the right choice. After Thea was busy with the government, she had to coordinate the superheroes. In the conference room called the Hall of Justice, several superheroes listened to her talk about the upcoming enemy. This time, in order to solicit opinions, not only Superman, who was in seclusion, sleeping in the sun, but also Thea pulled in the Flash and Poseidon. Looking at the 7 people in the room, including herself, Thea was speechless. She remembered that this matter in the original space-time should be done by Batman. Since when did it become her business? In particular, when she saw that Batman didn't have any self-awareness at all as he sat there waiting to listen to the story, she was utterly confused. She coughed softly twice. "Everyone, time is tight. I called everyone here for this matter." She talked about the experience of Earth 2, and the Flash, as a person who experienced it, also gave his opinion from his own point of view. Batman is dead. An old man wearing Batman's battle robe. Batman, who had always been expressionless, finally showed some expression. He had heard Superman talk about another time in space, but he did not expect that Bruce there had been sacrificed, and instead, his own father was wearing his clothes. He was a little absent-minded for a moment, but he quickly suppressed it. Thea looked at the Flash, and he gestured for her to speak. "We won't talk about this old man's true identity, but he deserves respect. He's 70 years old, and he took a potion that drained his body just to complete a request. I think you have the right to know about this." Seeing that the atmosphere was a little heavy, Diana threw out a huge sword. "Not only did you die in that world, but I also died, killed by this sword. Superman also died. She was quite successful in changing the topic. Superman already knew about this story, but the Martian Manhunter, the Sea King, and Batman did not know about it. The few of them finally realized how tricky the situation was. This was not a small skirmish, but a real war. Atlantis in that world was also destroyed. Neptune, who was attending the meeting for the first time, was not as cheerful and talkative as the Flash. He was a little estranged from the others. If not for Thea, he would not have come. That's right. In that world, the first wave of wasteland wolves came to the metropolis, and then they wiped out Paradise Island and Atlantis. From what I saw, there were very few survivors. The heroes were a little silent, and the atmosphere became heavy again. From Thea's words, it was not difficult to tell that the superheroes in that world were almost completely wiped out, although she also said that there were a few new heroes rising and the old generation was completely defeated. This was also an indisputable fact. "So, you established the New Continent Project. You want to win this war on that continent." Batman was the first to recover, and he continued to ask with a poker face. "Yes, the scale of this war will be unusually large. The few of us will not be the only ones participating. The New Gods Army, the Human Army, the Atlantean Army, and I even plan to ask for reinforcements from the Guardians of the Universe." Everyone in the room, except for Diana, who knew about her plan, was stunned. "Ha, that's a very grand plan." Batman nodded with a half-smile. He meant that he could not help her, and she would have to deal with it herself. Thea had no choice. More reinforcements would definitely increase their chances of winning, and it was not a good idea to put all their hopes on the Heavenly Father defeating Darkseid. She had a wide range of people and connections. This had become her label, and her main strategy was to get as many people as possible to help her. The meeting ended quickly. This time, it was more like a briefing. Thea also built a portal in the Hall of Justice, and the superheroes were ready to go and take a look. Desolation and deathly stillness were their first impressions of this continent. "There's too little water here," Poseidon said gloomily as he looked around. In fact, there was almost none. All kinds of minerals were easy to create, but water was the source of life, and her legendary wishing spell could not create much water. What little water there was now brought over by the green of everything. "I left open spaces on both the east and west sides of the continent. Mera and the others should be able to control water from Earth. I remember that Atlantis has some technology to create clean water. Anyway, I'll leave the water problem to you." Thea was very busy, and the matter of creating water should be left to the professionals. The Flash also made a good suggestion. He had captured a guy called the Weather Wizard in Central City, and he could be brought here to create rain. Good idea. If we can increase the rainfall and change the environment, the government will issue a special pardon for the mutant. I'll leave it to you. Thea did not take the law seriously, and the Flash was speechless, but he was in no position to comment. The few of them split up. It was also Diana's first time on this continent, and she used her heart to feel it. The magic of this continent is like... Thea smiled. This is a continent completely made up of magic, and there will be some residual magic. This is an opportunity for humans. You want to bring magic to the people on Earth. Diana was well aware of the power of her magic legion. Not many people would be able to block the tens of thousands of fireballs that she threw out. Impossible. Time is tight, and many people have no talent at all. I can't activate the bloodline one by one, but Thea was like a sly little fox. If a child is born on this continent, there's a high chance that he or she will have magic talent. If those rich and powerful people don't want their descendants to lose at the starting line, they must migrate to this continent. They will naturally bring all kinds of advanced equipment, personnel, and guards. Chapter 698. What you're doing will destroy the current order on Earth. Have you thought about the consequences if people with superpowers start to spread? Batman, who was not far from them and had been secretly observing her, strongly objected. Thea's expression did not change. She had expected Batman's objection. In fact, she had been thinking about bringing magic to humans for a few days. Humans were different from the new gods. The new gods had lofty goals and were willing to sacrifice their lives for them. However, the people on Earth, who lacked respect and spiritual sustenance, could only chuckle. The spread of magic would definitely cause a lot of negative news. The conflict between the people on Earth and the people on the New World, as well as the conflict between the people who controlled magic and the government, would definitely break the existing hierarchy and add a new group of people who might even become the ruling class. She could block the magic on this continent from the source. Not even a high-level mage would be able to absorb any magic under her blockade, let alone a newborn. However, after thinking about it, she gave up on the idea. The descendants of those with power and influence would reach new heights, and the descendants of those with more power and influence would also have the opportunity to do so. Overall, it was still fair. In order to attract those in power and influence to come to the new world with all their belongings, she had to open up magic. The temptation of magic was simply irresistible to them. They would come even if they knew that they would have to risk everything. Bruce, I know what you're thinking. Do you think I'm not worried? My mother and brother might be hurt because of this. Likewise, I don't wish for extraordinary powers to spread, but it would take at least 10 years or even 20 years for the scenes you're anticipating to happen. I don't have the energy to consider what might happen so far in the future. We only have half a year or less. If Earth doesn't unite all the forces that can be united, the 7 billion people will be reduced to 80 million. Wouldn't that be even more unacceptable? What do you think we should do? Mobilize the forces of democracy to fight against Darkseid? Let the Parliament vote on what superheroes should use in the final battle against the enemy? The minority must know that there are benefits to be gained from this. Only then will they mobilize all their forces to do this. There's no reason to reason with them. Everything is for profit, Thea said sarcastically. Just yesterday, some people in the Pentagon proposed to build a base on Mars. A base? How laughable. They wanted to run, but my mother suppressed them. Batman was at a loss for words. No matter how resourceful he was, he couldn't jump out of this vicious circle. He was over 40 years old and had long passed the age of hot-bloodedness. He had seen too much of the faces of those in power. Thea continued, "I'll be the first to die. Superman will die. It's hard for you to say. If we're all gone, perhaps the children born here in the past 6 months will be the main force of resistance in the future." She didn't care if Batman agreed or not. The early stage of the immigration work used holographic simulation as an excuse, but people nowadays aren't stupid. I estimate that the truth will be revealed in a month. I need the media controlled by Wayne Group to cooperate with the publicity. Batman looked at her strangely. Did I promise you that? I'm not your secretary. Thea's next words infuriated him. This is the government's intention. If you need, my mother can also sign the presidential decree. Is the government run by your family? Batman choked back a mouthful of blood and resisted the urge to ask. If the government gave the order, there was nothing he could do. Thea snorted with her beautiful nose. To deal with a wealthy man like Batman, the government's order was more effective than legendary magic. Late at night, the two girls were lying in bed. Diana asked in disbelief, "Wasn't what you told Batman during the day too pessimistic? I think Heavenly Father is unimaginably powerful. Even he can't resist Darkseid." Thea buried her head in Diana's arms. It felt good to be soft. After becoming a god, Diana began to develop in the direction of smoothness, softness, and whiteness. Plus, she was one size bigger than Thea. The comfort was indescribable. Sigh, you only see Heavenly Father's power. You don't see how sinister Darkseid is. Heavenly Father is too law-abiding. We can't place all our hopes on him. Thea sighed and pinched one of her cherries. Diana was a little annoyed that Thea was fooling around at such a serious time. She clawed at Thea with her left hand. The eldest miss, who had been sneakily attacked, couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Our divine power recovers too slowly. I don't think my combat strength has improved by much. Diana slapped Thea's hand away. Sia restrained herself a little and said a little dispiritedly, "It can't be helped. After resting for a few days, I can recover my magic power by absorbing the fine elements in the air. Divine power is different from magic power. The recovery of divine power is notoriously slow. That's why the new gods rested for 80 to 80 years after a battle. Their divine power recovers slowly. That's why Darkseid didn't wait for his full recovery to launch a surprise attack. He has many deity thrones, so his divine power recovers faster than mine. Even if he uses his clone, he has a high chance of winning. That's his real goal." Thea had thought it through. However, the evil lord's plan was an open one. She had to accept it. Heavenly Father had given her the deity thrones as a reward and to help her recover faster. With the 4 deity thrones, Diana, Superman, and the Martian Manhunter as her helpers, she could barely fight Darkseid's clone. Sensing that her lover was not in a good mood, Diana's jade-like fingers caressed her chest, down her smooth belly, to her round belly button, and down. To hell with Darkside. Sia held Diana's chin with one hand and kissed her directly, attacking the enemy's weakness. Her other hand did not show any signs of weakness and counterattacked. How confident are you that you can beat me? Diana's eyes were filled with lust. 50-50, I guess. Only the two goddesses knew if they had a 50-50 chance of winning the battle. At daybreak, Diana went to practice her martial arts. Her divine power was growing very slowly. She had to familiarize herself with every change in her body with the deity thrones. Thea sat in her office and sighed. She had a bunch of deity thrones, each with a different focus. Some added dexterity, some added intelligence, and some added wisdom, but none added stamina. After a night of fighting, her 4 deity thrones could not hold up against Diana's 2 deity thrones. This was unbearable. However, at a certain point in the battle, she suddenly thought of a new use for the deity thrones. Earth could not cultivate any sorcerers now. There were no spell breakers or soul walkers. But she could cultivate a bard. The entertainment industry here was so developed. Artists were everywhere on the streets. Just a few of them could learn in the new world and display their professional abilities. Singing songs, playing drums, writing characters, and so on in battle could increase their combat strength by a lot. However, she could not be relied on for early, middle, or even later work. Firstly, she would be busy. Secondly, it would not look good on her. Thea quickly wrote down her request on a note. Then, she called her secretary over and handed her the note. Arrange for all the film companies, entertainment companies, and management companies under my name to choose the candidates according to my requirements. The secretary looked at the note and was a little confused. I can understand that you want Hollywood stars, but you want San Fernando Valley stars too? Chapter 699. Why not? Maybe there are talents in San Fernando. You know, the danger Earth is facing. Thea looked at the secretary. She was one of the few people in the group who knew about the invasion of evil forces. Then she thought for a while. In order not to damage my reputation as a superhero, I'll do it in the name of President Felicity Smokey. Who knows where she went with Ray Palmer? Even though she had helped Luther deal with countless troubles, the secretary still felt that the note in her hand weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Her steps were a little shaky. She felt refreshed after leaving the big trouble to her subordinates. But she still needed to think about the training. As the goddess of art, her artistic attribute was maxed out. Diana had already, to be exact, last night said that her every frown and smile was full of artistic charm. But she really didn't have the time to teach actors, singers, and artists. Thea couldn't pull a bard from the new Protoss to teach them on the spot. She could only train a teacher from the existing mages on Earth. The problem of choosing a teacher was a little difficult. After all, their own mages were well trained. Changing to a bard was a bit of a hassle. A few of her subordinates were directly let go. Changing classes wasn't enough. The person had to have an aura that could suppress a group of stars. Most importantly, the person had to be thick-skinned and didn't care about the criticism of the world. There seemed to be someone who was very suitable with a simple divination spell. Thea quickly found her target, Constantine, nicknamed Slagcom. He was thick-skinned, strong, smart, and scheming. Most importantly, although this guy looked sloppy on the outside, he was actually very good at looking at the big picture. She snapped her fingers with her left hand, and a sky-blue light flashed. Constantine, who was thousands of miles away from the metropolis, flashed twice. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, his caution didn't last for a second. Similar to how the ghost teleported Thea, it didn't take much effort for her to teleport these ordinary mages. Constantine's reaction was lightning fast. He quickly looked around the surroundings. When he saw Thea, he looked a little angry, but he hid it quickly and used exaggerated British royal movements to hide his thoughts. "Oh, Your Majesty, may I know what order you have for me?" Thea ignored his joke and said in a heavy tone, "John Constantine, do you know that Earth is about to face a catastrophe?" She couldn't remember how many times she had told Darkseid's story to anyone. Constantine replied with a perfunctory smile. Thea continued, "I know your motto. Magic is magic, and mundane is mundane. But Constantine, there is no boundary between magic and mundane in front of the evil lord. Your attainments in magic are not bad, and can even be considered one of the best in this world. But in front of the evil lord, you are just a strong ant." He. Constantine lowered his head and chuckled. He conjured up a dirty chair with his magic and sat down on it. "Your words are vague, and you haven't completely explained the sequence of events. Why would such a powerful villain target Earth? Is it you or is it you? Is it attracted by superheroes who are fighting for justice everywhere?" Thea avoided the topic. "Don't dirty my office." As she spoke, she blew a breath. She didn't cast a spell, nor did she recite any incantations. It was just a gentle breeze, and Constantine's chair reverted to its most primitive form of magic. Their understanding of magic was on completely different levels. Constantine stopped smiling. He took out a small knife with his left hand and quickly slashed it with his right hand. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't exceed the limits of an ordinary person. In Thea's eyes, it was almost like he was moving in slow motion. "Blood sacrifice? You really won't stop until you dirty my office. Fine, let's talk somewhere else." She didn't want to leave a big pool of blood in her office. It looked dirty. She directly teleported Constantine to the new world. "That's enough. There's a shortage of water here. If you want to water the land, you can start now." Thea spread her hands, indicating that Constantine should start his performance. Constantine was not an idiot. He wouldn't be willing to sacrifice blood if it was useless. Faced with Thea's teleportation, there was really nothing he could do. No matter how many skills he had, it was useless if they were not of good quality. The sluggishness of teleportation soon disappeared. As usual, he first looked around and immediately noticed the problem. The magic here? Thea was already prepared for his keenness. "If I say that I opened up this continent with magic, you probably won't believe me. I don't need to prove anything to you. I just want to say that the age of magic for human beings is coming again, whether you support it or not." Opened up with magic? Constantine's first reaction was disbelief. T. Even if he observed this continent with magic, he couldn't see the end of it. He didn't think that there was such a big gap between them. This wasn't magic at all. He took out a cigarette of unknown brand and lit it. He took a light puff and pressed his forehead with his left hand. In less than a minute, he sorted out the connection. "Why did you ask me to come here? I'm not going to participate in your superheroes' fight against bad guys." Thea sorted out all her ideas about bards, training methods, and spells from low to high level. She turned them into a ball of light and threw it to Constantine. Of course, as a jack of all trades, the high-level spells of bards were only above the middle level among the mages. Benefiting from the good reputation of superheroes, Constantine hesitated for a moment and then checked with his own spiritual power. He didn't care about the bard's low-level spells. He just felt that the bard's method of casting spells with beautiful voices was a bit like speaking spirits. However, in front of the bard's high-level spells, he finally changed his expression. He couldn't cast these spells. Under his playful appearance, Constantine was a person who respected knowledge. The more he was like this, the more precious this ball of light was. Thea not only described the casting process in detail, but also simplified it to a certain extent. If he had enough time to study a few advanced spells, he believed that he could cast them even without singing. However, ideas were priceless. Many scientific studies lacked ideas. After a brief glance, Constantine felt that many problems that had troubled him for a long time seemed to have found new solutions. However, he was even more confused now. Why did Thea give him this knowledge? He chose to ask the question directly. Your knowledge is 100 times better than mine. It's useless to ask me to help you if you can't defeat the enemy. How can I help you? Constantine really didn't think that he could help. Thea had money and power. The only advantage he had now was that she was 100 times better than him. You can't be thinking of investigating someone just because I'm a private investigator, right? Chapter 700. Of course, Thea wouldn't say that she was afraid of losing her reputation, so she took a liking to Constantine's shamelessness. She cleared her throat. I need to do a lot of preparation work, strengthen myself, coordinate allies, and arrange the battlefield. I need you to be a teacher for a period of time and teach this knowledge to the students. Constantine didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had done countless jobs, such as carrying sacks at the dock, serving dishes at the bar, and even went to many strange places because of his sexual orientation. But a teacher? This was his first time doing something like this. He pointed to his nose. Me? What do I teach? Thea didn't say anything. She just wanted to teach him this. You want me to learn first to teach. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Who should I teach? This knowledge wasn't difficult for Constantine. Constantine's status in the magic world was very similar to Batman, who had learned 127 kinds of martial arts. He had dabbled in all the schools of magic in the world, but limited by the total amount of magic, he couldn't exert too much power. Thea summarized the bard's inheritance in simple terms, which was only slightly more difficult than the fool's version. Constantine didn't have any problem learning it. Western magic, Eastern magic, divination, astrology, blood sacrifice, witchcraft, he had learned dozens of schools of magic. One more school of magic wouldn't affect him. Thea said with an enigmatic smile, Your students are all elites. I'll let Midnight inform you later. After that, she directly teleported away. Constantine could kill his way back to heaven and hell, so he had to find a way to go back. Why is she smiling so strangely? Could it be that I know these students? Constantine didn't rush back. He slowly finished his cigarette and sank his mind into the spiritual light again. From it, he carefully understood Thea's understanding of magic. This was the real valuable thing. Thea only mentioned the coming of the magic era to Moira. If she told the higher-ups with great fanfare, they would definitely not believe it. Thea didn't expect to solve this through official channels. She began to quietly release information in the underground world that she had controlled for 2 years. I heard that the newborn of the new world has extraordinary power. Where is the new world? Lowlife, you don't even know about the new world. Leave the group. All kinds of rumors began to spread in secret. The underground world was surging like a storm. Torture, interrogation, betrayal, and counter-betrayal. More and more news began to spread from a certain level. Human psychology was just that strange. If you told them openly, they wouldn't believe it at all. But with the help of rumors, true or false, they would instead believe the news that they had painstakingly obtained. At first, people still had some doubts about the new world. How could it be possible? Are you kidding me? Columbus had been dead for 500 years. How could he have discovered a new continent? However, as several soldiers who were fooled by the holographic simulation game began to tell their stories on social media, more and more people realized that some changes seemed to have occurred in the world that they didn't know about. While the ordinary people were still confused, Several families in power had sent their people who were nearing the end of their pregnancy to the New World. Of course, the Quinn family was now a member of this class. 14 newborns. One of them was born with a small magic vortex because of the effect of magic power. Thea's explanation for this was that she had been in the New World for too short a time. If she could stay here from conception to delivery, the probability of the baby having magic talent would be doubled. This made the families burst out with unimaginable enthusiasm. Extraordinary power. They didn't know anything about magic. They only knew that a new kind of power had come to the world. As for killing the fertility of ordinary people, the child in the New World must be one of them. This was just a thought. Times had changed, and ordinary people were not fools. These families had been out of the sight of ordinary people for a long time. This kind of agreement between the ruling families could only be a piece of scrap paper. In addition, there were all kinds of internal conflicts and interest disputes. It was possible that they would follow the agreement and create a baby behind closed doors, while their sworn enemies would secretly open the door to civilian births. 10 or 20 years later, they would crush them with numbers. No one was a fool. They couldn't stop them, so they could only rope them in. Thea had already sorted out the connections. As long as she was still alive, the foundation of the Quinn family was unbreakable. As for the remaining people, as long as they didn't cause trouble for her, she could beat them up. Although these people were just wasting rice and noodles in her eyes, they had controlled the lifeline of the world for many years. The collective energy burst out of them was still a strong signal to the vague middle class. In order to please Thea, they also contributed the art resources in their hands. Although they didn't say it explicitly, the implication was that she could take these people to do biochemical experiments. They were all yours. This made Felicity, who had just returned from a trip, confused when she saw the stars sitting in her living room with flattering smiles. When did I become the king of Hollywood? Why didn't I know? She hurriedly called her friend Thea, but the phone was hung up. Miss Felicity, the former hacker, still had an absurd illusion. Her new boyfriend, the big clown Ray Palmer, was also secretly observing the stars that he had only seen in movies. It was true that they were both virtuous and artistic. When they put on the clothes, he almost didn't recognize them. What was this? This was acting. Seeing the two clowns looking at them like they were looking at rare animals, the crowd didn't dare to say anything. Instead, they put on a respectful smile. They had rushed back from all over the world because they had received all kinds of strict notices. They had to come unless they didn't want to live anymore. A few of them were ready to fight back, but they were forcefully suppressed. Seeing the outcome of those who stood out, the crowd came to report to Felicity with an expression as if they were going to the execution ground. In fact, some sculptors and painters were also related to art, but the effect was too slow. By the time they finished sculpting a stone statue, the battle would have already been over. Thea's bard was mainly aimed at singers and actors. Felicity understood it well and started the screening work at full speed. Those who were selected didn't know what their future would be, and those who weren't selected didn't feel very lucky either. They were really confused. From the beginning to the end, no one told them the ins and outs of the story. They came and went in a daze. Even if they were sold, they didn't know where to go. Although it was so strange, there weren't many who ran away in the middle. These people were all experienced in the world of fame and fortune, and were all elites. Just for this selection, all the major companies received notices to stop the global entertainment industry. With such a huge amount of power, it wouldn't be just for a few celebrities. They knew this at least. A few smart ones were guessing the true intentions of the people behind the scenes. After a mess of tests, mental state tests, magic power tests, aptitude tests, and a mess of tests, Felicity handed the remaining 500 people to Midnight Daddy, who came to take over. Like the Portuguese, Midnight Daddy sent this group of people to the new world and gave his old friend Constantine a look that said, "You're lucky, kid." When he first saw more than 500 people, Constantine was really shocked. He didn't know that he would have to teach so many people. Magic had always been taught by a small number of people. It was already considered a lot for a teacher to teach 3 students. With 500 people, he would be exhausted to death. When he saw the stars, who took off their blindfolds, his expression became a little strange. Thinking of his old friend Midnight Daddy's mysterious smile, the corners of his mouth rippled. This job would probably exhaust him to death. But he liked it. Chapter 701. All the celebrities were in a daze at this moment. Where did we run to? The sky was dark, and dark clouds were rolling in the distance. Thunder could be heard faintly. The ground was dry and cracked. There was not even a blade of grass on the ground. Was this some kind of reality TV show? Even the most rational people were at a loss. This was simply too unexpected. The background of the mastermind was too exaggerated. Even the celebrities who had participated in shooting training did not dare to carry weapons. Suddenly, they ran to this place in the middle of nowhere. A few small teams were formed in an instant. Most of them were waiting for others to take the lead so that they could take advantage of the situation. Constantine was dressed in rags. At first, no one paid attention to him. It was only when a certain celebrity was about to assign tasks and send people to search for water in all directions that they noticed him. Who was this sloppy guy? The circle of celebrities was not big. It was rare that they did not know each other. "Who are you?" a popular male celebrity asked suspiciously. Constantine's goal had always been to keep ordinary people away from magic. Now, he knew that he could no longer persist in his goal. In order to let these people understand his situation and leave a deep impression on them, he put on a smile and looked at the new students affectionately. Then, he started the first class with magic. The rising airflow lifted him up. The shocked eyes of the gorgeous actresses brought him unprecedented satisfaction. He made a pose with ice in his left hand and fire in his right hand. Not to mention, he was quite handsome. Adding on the fact that he had dressed up before, Constantine's appearance, which was 70% handsome, increased to 80% with the help of the mysterious aura. The men and women of Hollywood were experienced and knowledgeable. A few of them were trying hard to find a flaw in Constantine's appearance. In their opinion, it was most likely some kind of lighting effect or simply a trick. The artists in San Fernando couldn't do it. They didn't have much experience on the stage and usually shot indoors. Plus, they didn't have much knowledge. Many of them were poor people or even illegal immigrants. They were directly intimidated by Constantine's appearance. Seeing a few familiar artists, Jia Kong could no longer hide the rippling expression on his face. Originally, he only wanted to fool around for a few days and deal with it. Now, he changed his mind. This glorious teaching mission was not something he would rest until he died. Even if Miss Thea chased him away, he would not leave. "Why did you bring us here?" "We will obey you unconditionally." The leading male star was still trying to negotiate and obtain more information. To be able to survive in hell, Jia Kang's life experience and wisdom were 10 times or 100 times better than these actors and singers. But at least he remembered his mission and said the same thing as the young mistress. "Do you know that Earth is about to face a catastrophe?" What Sia had said that day, he changed a few words slightly and repeated them to the others. A bunch of people thought that it was the end of the world and that an evil lord of the universe was about to invade Earth were ridiculous, but no one had the guts to say anything. Everyone looked at the celebrities who were very popular in the circle. These people looked at each other. They were not convinced. Unlike ordinary celebrities, they had been in the industry for many years and had deep friendships with their bosses. But regarding this gathering, their bosses did not give them any details and only told them to obey. If they continued to ask, they would not know the inside story. They only knew that it was an order from a very high position. As for how high this position was, the few celebrities who had reached the top of Hollywood did not dare to think about it. They knew very well that with such a high position, it would not take much effort to kill them. We understand. What do you need us to do? Please tell us. A few people expressed their obedience on behalf of the 500 people. Smart people, you are really lucky. You have the possibility to learn magic. This was unimaginable before. These people did not need to activate their bloodline to learn magic. There were too many of them, and the traditional method would not work. Thea was going to take a different approach. According to her plan, these bards from Earth only needed to have a little spellcasting ability. She needed them to do more supporting work. Constantine also felt that activating their bloodline was troublesome. According to the professional settings, they should start with their profession. The singers sang with all their might, and the actors acted on their own. With the help of the high magic power of this continent, they could smoothly sense the magic power for at least 1 day or even 3 days. The singers and actors were easy to deal with, but the dozens of artists who were both virtuous and talented gave him a headache. They were definitely not singers. Logically speaking, they should be from the performing arts department. But here in the wilderness, there was not even a sofa. The artists who were used to performing indoors did not know where to start. Not to mention, there were usually only a dozen people in the crew. Now, there were more than 500 people present. They were a little nervous. It had to be mentioned that the young lady was good at using people. Constantine knew a lot of magic. In order to not interfere with each other, he directly cast a spell and set up a barrier for everyone. The people could not help but touch the invisible barrier around them. Finally, they believed that this was not a dream and began to change their minds. When the first singer who sensed the magic power shouted excitedly, the enthusiasm was pushed to the peak. Constantine paid special attention to a few artists. Needless to say, they were really dedicated to their work. They shouted at the air, and the most outstanding few were completely immersed in their work. It vaguely produced an illusory effect. Amazing! Jacques, who was watching with a cigarette in his mouth not far away, expressed his admiration for these artists. Half a day passed quickly. These people were indeed talented and hardworking. In the afternoon, there were 50 people who successfully sensed the magic power, exactly 1/10 of them. Singers were indeed the right path for bards. There were 30 of them. The remaining 10 were actors and 10 were artists. Humph! I still have to provide accommodation. I'll definitely ask her for the accommodation fee. The group of people practiced until their voices were hoarse and their movements were almost out of shape. Constantine yelled for them to stop and summoned his mysterious house. This shabby old house could automatically generate rooms and food according to the guests who lived in it. It was a gift from Sage Ouchie to Constantine. The group of stars were exhausted. After eating something, they lay down in this magical house and ended their first day in the new world. At the same time, in the metropolis on Earth, Thea was discussing the arrangements for the remaining actors with Felicity. These eliminated people are limited by their talent. It's a pity. Anyway, they have nothing to do. Let's make a few movies and let the ordinary people know the danger that Earth is facing. Felicity had just returned from a trip and had been ordered around by Thea like a donkey. She was so sleepy that she could not stop yawning. Who's the main character? Who's the villain? The former hacker asked drowsily. Thea was stunned by this question. Of course, she could film herself, Superman, and the others fighting Darkseid. However, as a member of the gods, she did not like Darkseid being ridiculed by ordinary people. It was an issue of the gods' dignity. The evil lord did not care if ordinary people said his name. To him, it was an honor. However, it was not a good idea to associate his name with entertainment. She might as well copy the settings of Marvel. Sia held a paintbrush, and with the help of the god of art, she quickly drew several portraits and character settings. She woke up Felicity, who was lying on her desk. The Avenger Alliance. Thanos, you made this up. You're quite good at drawing. The former hacker did not know the difference between Darkseid and Thanos. She only knew that they were both evil villains who wanted to invade Earth. Chapter 702. Get it done as soon as possible. Hollywood's resources will be under your command. The officials won't explain, but the people have the right to know. Even if we lose, the survivors need to know that unity is the only way out. Don't worry, little Thea. We'll win. Miss Hacker didn't care if it was Blue Fatty or Purple Fatty who came to Earth. She hugged Thea and said with a determined gaze, in order to fulfill her friend's request, Felicity ordered everyone in Hollywood to go in circles. She selected actors and set up the scenes. Within 3 months, they had to shoot The Avenger. After that, they had to shoot 1 film a month for 3 consecutive films. 41 film crews started shooting at the same time. What? You're a famous director. You want to pursue style and personality? Sorry, we don't need those things at all. We'll just do it like an assembly line product. You want to protest? Sure, it's up to you. Do you want to come to the White House or the Capitol? You can sit still and take a bullet or commit suicide. Miss Felicity shut down the entire entertainment industry. She was so busy that she couldn't eat or sleep well. How dare you be happy? All the major cinema chains stopped filming and replaced it with some themed movies. There were also post-disaster reconstruction and wilderness survival movies. The cinema chain owners were initially very dissatisfied. However, after the 2 bad guys were arrested for tax evasion, all of them became obedient. No matter how stupid the ordinary people were, they could smell that something was wrong in the air. They spent every day in fear, trying their best to find any news they could. Affected by the general environment, even some bad guys restrained their actions. They were so jittery that they didn't even have the mood to rob a bank. They also wanted to know what was going on. Thea didn't know that in this year in the future, magic finally came to the forefront and was named the new era by historians. She arranged everything properly and prepared to go to the main planet of Ura. She had a lot of things to do. The first target of the reinforcements in the universe was the Green Light Corps. There were 3,600 sectors and 2 Green Lanterns in each sector. This meant that there were 7,200 people. Including the reserves, there were more than 10,000 people. The Green Light Corps would be an important combat force for the Earth's allied forces. She teleported to the main planet of Ura and went straight to meet the Guardians. The last time she was here, she was just a small sorcerer. Now, she could be considered as the return of a king. Guardians, long time no see. Today, Thea was wearing the god's punishment robe. Indescribable divine power flowed through the sleeves of the robe. The Guardians' eyes flashed as they exchanged glances with each other. 2 of the 12 blue men were now empty. This was likely the result of Gantha and Zed betraying the Guardians and establishing the Blue Lantern Corps. The Guardians had also split. Gantha, who was the most open-minded and concerned about life, had been expelled. This wasn't good news. Long time no see, Your Majesty, a little blue man with the biggest head in Thea's eyes replied with certainty. You have a good eye. Guardians, this universe is about to face a catastrophe. Do you know that? She was still using the same old speech that the school of vertical and horizontal strategies used to gain the upper hand by a show of strength. First, she threw out a big bomb to attract attention. He didn't care about the stupefied expressions of the Guardians and told them everything from beginning to end. He focused on the misery of Earth 2 and how precious time was now. The story was a little long. As she narrated, more and more Green Lantern Corps members were attracted by her cool appearance and joined the audience. This is how it is. We don't know when Darkseid will attack, but we have very little time. This universe is different from Earth 2. This time, there is a high chance that he will send a clone to fight. This universe needs the help of the Green Lantern Corps. After all, she was here to get reinforcements. She didn't use her superior strength to bully them. Instead, she maintained a relatively equal stance. Unfortunately, her sincere words didn't receive a positive response. The big-headed Guardian asked, "We know about Darkseid, the Tyrant of Darkness. We only have one question. Why is he interested in this universe?" The other party still asked the key question. Superheroes believed that it was reasonable to attract evil to save a world. Neither Superman nor Batman asked this question. To them, this shouldn't be a problem. Any superhero would do the same. Constantine also asked the same question, but Thea gave him a vague answer. He didn't pursue the matter after that. However, these little blue man guardians, whose minds were rigid and full of schemes, immediately got to the bottom of the matter. Thea didn't bother lying. It's because I stopped Darkseid and repelled the invasion of the Wasteland Wolves in that universe. That's why they are taking revenge. The Green Lantern Corps members began to whisper among themselves. Thea was comforted by the fact that many people supported her. Only a few thought that she had caused trouble. Her heart sank when she looked at the faces of the little blue men. They most likely thought the same way too. As expected, the leader of the blue men said with a hint of mockery, "This is your fault. You should be responsible for it. If you really have a sense of honor, you should leave this universe and not bring disaster back." Thea almost thought that she had misheard. Had the righteousness of the Green Lantern Corps become so crooked? She was surprised, and so were the Green Lanterns of Justice. The Guardians wanted to banish a hero who fought for justice. This was better than kidnapping Thea and sending her to Darkseid to appease him, but there was a limit to how good it could be. Guardians, we should support Earth. Justice shouldn't retreat. The first to support Thea was Earth's Green Lantern, Hal Jordan. Of course, like Arbin Sue and Sinisto, he was now the greatest Green Lantern. A few of Hal Jordan's good friends also expressed their support, and their voices were getting louder and louder. The Guardians didn't move until the Green Lanterns calmed down. Then they slowly said the creation of the Yellow Lanterns was a mistake. Hand over the Yellow Lantern's energy source, and we'll let you go. You can fight Darkseid however you want. The square, which could hold thousands of people, fell silent. Thanks to Sinisto, the Yellow Lanterns and the Green Lanterns had indeed fought a few times. The Green Lanterns didn't dare to act rashly on this issue. Thea's expression was ugly. Not only are you not responding to my call for help, but you also want my Yellow Lantern's energy source? Did I hear wrongly? Is the Yellow Lanterns more important than the universe? Hand over the energy source, and we'll let you go. The 10 Guardians spread out and surrounded Thea. You're no match for us. Hand over the energy source, and we'll let you go. The leader continued to emphasize. Then he turned to the Green Lanterns and said, "Prepare for battle." The Green Lanterns were a little confused. Weren't they talking about fighting the evil Lord? How did it become a battle between the Green and Yellow Lanterns in the blink of an eye? Most of the Green Lanterns obeyed the order instinctively and summoned their lanterns. Only Hal Jordan and a few of his friends chose to stand by and watch. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. You Guardians seem to have a good tradition of bragging. Thea was so angry that her face turned pale. She couldn't take it that someone still dared to treat her like a weakling. Green and Yellow Lanterns? To me, they're all evil. You don't understand the true meaning of power. Do you think I'm using the yellow lanterns to stop Darkseid? Thea's soul power surged wildly, and the two eyes under the silver hood flashed with a deep and lonely gray light. Thea's aura changed. The tip of the whip danced wildly, and the grayish-white soul fire gave off a sense of death that drifted in all directions. Chapter 703. The sky of Ura's main planet, which was originally dark red with a few spots of green, was gradually covered by gray soul fire. Whispers could be heard in the wind, and the air seemed to become heavier. A faint mist covered the entire battlefield. Green Lantern Corps, attack! This is the power of evil. The Guardian with the head was very cunning. He floated to the rear and let the Green Lanterns attack. The power of evil ghosts, ignorant. Thea would not let the Guardian accuse her. Your soul is evil. If you have a soul in your body, does that mean you're evil too? Even the Heavenly Father did not dare to call her evil. Of course, he might have chosen to ignore her because he was afraid that she would run over to Darkseid's side. The big boss did not even say anything. Who do you think you are? Countless Green Lanterns attacked her. The large ones were all kinds of spaceships and unknown machines, while the small ones were all kinds of cold weapons. There were all kinds of guns and cannons. Thea glanced at them casually. She had long since passed the point where she could fight against others. These attacks were indefensible in the eyes of ordinary people, but they were nothing to the new gods. As if to mock the Green Lanterns, she used the soul power around her to form a soul armor. Those with strong beliefs would be resisted by the soul, while those with weak beliefs would be absorbed and become a part of the soul. As long as she mastered the 7 emotions, she could use the deity's seat of soul to form the deity's seat of emotions. Originally, it was just a vague thought, but now that she had obtained the deity's seat of soul, her thoughts became clearer. However, the laws of the world did not seem to want any gods to obtain the deity's seat of emotions. The more emotions she mastered, the more difficult it was to obtain new emotions. She had already mastered the anger emotion, but after obtaining the hope emotion, her progress fell by more than half. Fortunately, the laws of the world did not completely restrict her. In theory, she could still obtain the deity's seat of emotions, but it would take more effort. The attacks of the Green Lanterns came to an end. Thea did not fight back. She vaguely understood the intentions of these guardians. She had overestimated their sense of justice. If she had promised them some benefits in advance, it would not have been difficult for them to use the Green Lanterns as tools. Unfortunately, she had used empty words to get them to attack, which directly caused the conflict between the two sides. She had been dealing with too many righteous people recently. She was really busy. Although she regretted it, she did not intend to give in. These useless people were not that valuable. However, when he saw so many righteous green lights, he felt that it was a pity. The Green Lanterns used the emotional spectrum all year round. Plus, they were of different races, so they more or less had some magic resistance. However, in front of the divine power of the soul, Thea could wipe them out with a large-scale soul extraction. The problem was that it was easy to pull it out, but difficult to stuff it back in. She did not have the deity of death. So once her soul was drawn out, this group of people would all die. She felt that it was not appropriate to kill thousands of Green Lanterns at once. But since they dared to attack the goddess of souls, they must be taught a lesson. She had memorized the soul characteristics of all those who had attacked her before. With a light stroke of his finger, he triggered their souls. A mysterious energy rushed out from the depths of their bodies. Soul ignition. The Green Lanterns suddenly realized that their green uniforms were flashing with grayish-white flames. Before they realized what was happening, they felt their souls tremble. Those with strong willpower staggered and fell to the ground, while those with weak willpower spat out a mouthful of blood. I showed mercy this time. If you dare to make a move against me again, be careful of your lives." Milady looked coldly at the Green Lanterns lying on the ground. Some people said that if the Green Lanterns exceeded 5, they would be wiped out. This was a wise saying. She should not have come to OUA. She had to admit that the universe was full of wonders. The Green Lantern Corps that recruited fighters from all over the universe had a few weirdos. She was surprised to see a few guys who were almost unaffected by soul ignition. One guy seemed to have the talent to turn himself into stone and resisted most of soul ignition by transforming. There were also a few guys who looked like plants that turned into liquid water and resisted soul ignition. The ones worth paying attention to were the little blue guardians. They were the least affected. Thea observed carefully. The more she looked, the more surprised she was. You guys not only abandon your emotions, but also your willpower. Emotions are shackles. Willpower represents desire. The big-headed guardian said with some pride. So you guys exiled Ghana? You gave up on the only comrade you still have emotions for? Hal Jordan, who had been watching from the sidelines, was shocked. Isn't Ghana sick? Was he exiled? The remaining Green Lanterns who had interacted with Ghana also had unnatural expressions. Ghana could be said to be the most humane guardian. If he was really exiled, they couldn't help but imagine. Ghana betrayed our original intention. Emotions only make people weak. Your attacks can't do anything to us. 10 little blue men emitted colorful energy beams between their hands. They blocked Thea's escape route. You guys are quite confident. You underestimated the power of the soul. You underestimated the new god. Thea's body was covered in gray cyclones. She fought with the 10 little blue men. Both sides chose to use energy to attack each other. The sky was dyed by the aftermath of their energy. The multicolored brilliance filled the sky, and the gray fog was shattered. However, the gray fog was very resilient. If there was a chance, it would swallow the multicolored brilliance. As the oldest race in the universe, the little blue guardians were indeed worthy of praise. When they were at their peak, none of them were inferior to Superman. However, they were tricked by First Lantern. They gathered the power of the entire race to create the first lantern ring in the world. It cost them more than half of their original power. Thea had magic in her left hand and a soft whip in her right. Numerous elemental spells were cast. The flame of the soul kept moving between the little blue men. The different types of energy caused explosions from time to time. The space of the battlefield began to expand. A bunch of Green Lanterns had to move away from the center of the battlefield. The Guardians are this powerful. This was the first reaction of many Green Lanterns. They originally thought that the Guardians were just a bunch of decorative mascots. The Green Lanterns relied on them to maintain the peace of the universe. Now, the energy of the Guardians made them realize how wrong they were. Your Earthling, do you need to help her? Hal Jordan's friend, Kilowog, who had a hippopotamus head, asked in a dull voice. After many years of experience, Hal Jordan now had the temperament of a leader. He was no longer as impatient as he was when he was young. He carefully observed the battlefield. Although Thea was fighting 1 against 10, he really couldn't tell who was winning. Let's wait and see. Will you go and help Earth? Kilowog asked quietly. However, his head and mouth were big. His vocal cords were different from ordinary people. Even if he deliberately lowered his voice and blocked it with his hand, it sounded like a normal person shouting. Chapter 704. Hal Jordan's face turned bitter. He glanced at his friend with a gloomy look. Do you dare to shout any louder? Are you afraid that others won't know? Seeing that his friends were also looking at him, he said without hesitation, I'll go back. That's my jurisdiction and my hometown. Although he knew that he was going against the Guardian's orders, he didn't care. fighting against evil had always been his belief, and as the current greatest Green Lantern, he felt that the Guardian wouldn't expel him. They were whispering below, and the battle in the sky was still in a stalemate. Thea was in a passive position. She was here to ask for help, and she didn't want to kill anyone. Gamma was bragging, saying that the ghost was not as good as him. Although he was exaggerating, the Guardian's strength was not to be underestimated. Now, it was 10 against 1, and Thea couldn't kill them. She had injured 2 of them, but they didn't have any emotional problems and didn't back down. This made her a little tired. The Guardian with the big head saw that they couldn't take down Thea, even if they were deprived of emotions, and felt a little embarrassed. He shouted, "Mogo!" The Green Lantern's expressions changed, and Hal Jordan's face was full of horror. The little blue people stopped attacking at the same time, as if victory was in their hands. Thea also stopped her magic, wanting to see what they were up to. A shadow covered the sky and covered the main planet of Ura. Thea looked up at the sky, and the more she looked, the more surprised she was. She saw a planet about 1/3 the size of Earth flying in from afar. It looked slow, but it was actually very fast. The surface of the planet was filled with a refreshing green. Wow, I heard that one of the Green Lantern Corps members is a planet. That's it, right? What's it called? Mogo? Thea had always known about this planet, but she didn't know its name. Now that she saw it for the first time, she was shocked. This was a planet that was alive and had its own will and soul. She wanted to communicate with it through the soul, but the other party rejected her directly. That's interesting. This planet, called Mo-gu, refused very reluctantly. The submissive voice was very cute and soft. It seemed to be a girl. Although it was a bit of a stretch to classify a planet as male and female, Thea still felt that it should be addressed as she. The big-headed Guardian gave her 2 orders in a row to attack Thea. The planets did not dare to disobey. The entire planet began to gather energy, and its target was Thea, F***CK. This time, the young mistress was truly frightened. She wasn't afraid of an ordinary person's will being magnified 100 times by the light ring. That was because the main body's will was limited. Even the greatest Green Lanterns like Sinisto and Hal Jordan were only twice or thrice stronger than an ordinary person. However, compared to the will of the planet, a person's will was nothing. Now that the will of a planet had been magnified 100 times, she did not dare to be careless. Even if the other party did not attack, she was very sure that the next attack would be earth-shattering. Abinsu, Sinisto, and Hal Jordan had to step aside. This planet was the greatest Green Lantern. This attack would destroy the main planet of OUA. The Guardians were very insidious. They knew that the superhero did not want to implicate the innocent, so they forced her to make a choice. Although Thea was not a righteous person, she did not want to destroy half of the Green Lantern because of her. The Green Lantern maintained the order of the universe and ensured the flow of trade in the universe. It was beneficial to her. She could not let the power of justice be sacrificed in the hands of her own people. Okay, you win. Thea left a sentence and disappeared from the main planet of OUA. Not to mention the celebration, there was nothing great about the Guardians who boasted about the new god. Thea disappeared and did not go far. She sneakily circled around, and when she appeared again, she was already on Mogo. At this time, Mogo was like a large satellite orbiting around the main planet of OUA. Thea patted the ground. "Hey, big guy, do you still recognize me?" Thea used her soul to communicate with the will of the planet. It was impossible that the other party could not hear her. Reality proved that the planet that had been tricked into joining the Green Lantern Corps was an honest child. He didn't play dumb or leak information. His tone wasn't firm, and his attitude wasn't tough either. His voice was still soft. "The Guardian said that you are not a good person. How can that be?" "I am fighting for the welfare of all intelligent life in the universe. They are slandering me." Thea patted her large chest and said firmly. She felt that this time she was fighting against Darkseid, selflessly. She was more passionate than Batman and devoted herself to the cause of justice. The Guardians had no right to judge her. Perhaps it was because of her off-the-charts charm attribute, or perhaps it was because of the conversation between the two of them, but Mogo's hostility towards her quickly disappeared. Thea rambled on for a long time and finally revealed her purpose. "Big guy, are you interested in changing your allegiance? What courage do you need for a planet? What do you think of the yellow light of fear? Doesn't it suit you? What, you don't like the yellow light? How about the green light of compassion?" The yellow light was rejected. This was not surprising. This planet was too kind, and it was difficult for her to impose fear on others. When Thea took out the green light, Mogo was a little tempted. Between a planet full of courage and a planet full of compassion, the latter was obviously more suitable for her. However, he still rejected Thea, indicating that he did not want to leave the Green Lantern Corps. Very picky. Is it because compassion is too tolerant and you don't like evil? Then you will definitely like the blue light of hope. Thea did not have a blue light ring, and she did not know if Gana had established a blue light corps. She wanted to give it a try, so she used her own light of hope to create a blue light ring on the spot. The result was a little frustrating, and the creation failed. There was only one reason for this result, and that was that the energy source of hope in this universe had already been established. Gana had already cut off the possibility of others creating blue lights at the source. Although he did this to prevent his former colleagues, it also stopped Thea. What kind of light is this?" Mogo absorbed the remaining blue light in the air into the ground and asked carefully, "Sai, it's a long story. In another universe, I don't know if you can understand parallel time and space. That universe was destroyed by a group of bad guys. The reason why I'm looking for Green Lantern is to deal with them. For the past few days, she had been telling the story of Earth 2 to everyone she met. She was already an eloquent speaker, and with the addition of her status as a god of literature, it was really touching and moving. This very young planet, which could even be considered a toddler, was angered by her words and immediately said that he would help. Originally, Thea had wanted to kidnap him, but now that he was so young, she could not bear to do so. If she jumped ship, everything would be over, and her relationship with the little blue people would be irreconcilable. However, this guy still wanted to stay in the Green Lantern Corps and disobeyed orders. Her future would be difficult. What should she do? Just as Thea was thinking, she saw 3 green lights flying in from afar. She was overjoyed. The scapegoat was here. "Hey, how long time no see? Are these 2 your friends?" Thea waved at them from afar. Naturally, the one who came was an old acquaintance, Hal Jordan. He had a carefree personality, and his life had been full of ups and downs. He had been expelled by the Guardians countless times, and had joined countless times. He did not take the Guardians' orders to heart. Let me introduce you. These 2 are my friends. The tall one is Kilowog, and the short one is Becky. This is Thea Quinn, Earth's superhero, the President's daughter." Chapter 705. Thea looked at Hal Jordan's 2 friends and smiled awkwardly. This so-called tall guy was indeed very tall. He had the head of a gigantic hippopotamus, was 3 meters tall, had muscles all over his body, and weighed at least 300 pounds. The other short guy was ridiculously short. This guy was a squirrel from Earth, more than 20 centimeters tall, had a fat belly, 2 pointed ears, and a big tail that looked nice to touch. Perhaps Thea's gaze was too wanton. The big squirrel unconsciously took a step back. Milady looked at the lineup brought by Hal Jordan and clicked her tongue. This guy had a fat brother and a squirrel as a pet. He was tall and handsome, had many adventures, and had some decisiveness. This was the model of a proper main character. The two easily reached an agreement to save Earth. As for the Guardian's orders, what was that? Never heard of it. At the end of the conversation, Thea seemed to have suddenly remembered something and patted her head. Hal, I've talked to Mogo. She also wants to fight against evil. If the Guardian blames us, it's okay. I'm the one who instigated all of this. Hal Jordan patted his chest and promised, would the Guardian eat me? It's not a big deal. He was very happy to be the scapegoat. That's great. With all of you joining us, our chances of defending Earth have increased by a few %. Hua also expressed her gratitude to the few heroes who had pulled out their swords to help. Hal Jordan, Fatty Kilowog, Squirrel Becky, Planet Mogo, 1, 2, 3, and 4 Green Lanterns. Thea was relieved that they didn't break the 5. She briefly introduced Earth's defense and focused on the New World project. Before Thea left, she thought of a question. Hal, what's your relationship with Carol Ferris now? What relationship? Don't play dumb. Batman has seen the footage of your battle. I control the Yellow and Green Lanterns. I know that Carol is a member of the Purple Lanterns. Earth needs every bit of power. No matter what you do, pull her to Earth. If you can pull all the Purple Lanterns to Earth, even better. Thea gave Hal an extremely difficult task. Whether he had to kneel on the washboard or use the keyboard in front of his ex-girlfriend, he could do whatever he wanted as long as he could get her to join the war. Thea then left M.O. Goo Planet under Hal's bitter gaze. Most of Greenlight's troops were not fooled, and there were not many who dared to ignore the Guardian's orders. Sia could only look for reinforcements elsewhere. The Red Lanterns were driven mad by hatred. Each of them looked ferocious. They did not look like friends of justice. Orange Lantern was all alone, and he was also a bad guy with pus running all over his body. So he was also abandoned. Both the Yellow and Green Lanterns were not a problem. Hal Jordan could also convince the Purple Lanterns. The only option left was the Blue Lanterns. The Blue Lantern's power source had been established. She just did not know how far Old Man Ganser had progressed. Thea still felt that she should give M.O. Goo a Blue Lantern ring. If she did not want to leave Green Lantern, she could just wear another Blue Lantern. Ordinary people were limited by their mental strength and willpower. Except for a few geniuses, they could not wear 2 rings at the same time. But for the planet's will, that mental burden was nothing. M.O. Goo might be young, but her willpower was many times stronger than a human's. Thea felt that M.O. Goo was more honest and did not like negative emotions. Otherwise, she would have been the first to wear the rainbow ring. Kyle Rayner would have had anything to do with it. Where was the Blue Lantern's base? Thea searched her Yellow and Green Lantern rings. There was no record of it. She returned to the main planet of Ura and asked the Guardian. Even if they knew, they would not tell her. She could only look for it herself. Fortunately, she also had hope. From time to time, she would use her soul to ask the ancestral spirits. Finally, after 4 days, she found some traces. This was a planet on the verge of extinction. The sky was blood red. Raging hurricanes destroyed houses and fields from time to time. They also carried a large amount of debris and destroyed the fragile ecological environment. The earth was also spewing lava, and seawater was constantly flowing. Many intelligent life forms left their homes one after another, running here and there in an attempt to find a chance of survival. Sector 1? Estonia? I've come to such a remote place. There were 3,600 sectors in the universe. Earth belonged to Sector 2814, and this place belonged to Sector 1. It was far enough from Earth. Thea's eyes swept across the void and found her target. Two guardians in white with blue sleeves were looking down from the void. Lord Ganser, it's been a few years. Thea looked at the little old man Ganser. He also had a guardian beside him. It was his lover, said. The little old man Ganser looked at her for a long time. As if he suddenly realized something, he bowed slightly. Your Majesty, you've finally reached this step. The guardians knew about Darkside and had seen the new god before. This was not surprising. She was curious about what these two were looking at. She asked her question. Ganser gave his answer without hesitation, waiting for the arrival of hope. The familiar sense of absurdity surged in her heart. Thea asked tentatively, "How's your Blue Lantern Corps?" Said answered, "We've collected the total energy. However, the first light has not been born among the intelligent beings. This planet is the place where the light of hope is most likely to appear," hesitated. Ganser continued for her, peeked at the Book of Ura. The book prophesied the arrival of the night of darkness. We were banished because of that. The book mentioned that the light of hope would descend on this planet. I believe it deeply. Sia looked at the fleeing crowd on the ground, and her face twitched a little. Your Book of Ura is very powerful. The light of hope that will fall from the sky mentioned in this prophecy. It can't be referring to me, right? She was not trying to flatter herself. The Blue Lantern ring had the highest requirement among the 7 lanterns. The initial Blue Lantern ring's approval was the most difficult. Superman had saved so many people and brought so many hope. However, no one was touched by the Blue Lantern ring. This was because the emotion of hope was too precious. The hope of ordinary mortals was far from enough. Thea led an army of 1,000,000. On the eve of the world's destruction, she relied on Earth-2's will to give her the emotion of hope. Ordinary people did not have this opportunity. Could the light of hope be born when a planet was about to be destroyed? There were destroyed planets in the universe every day. Which one of them was not filled with hope? What happened in the end? They were all turned into dust in the universe. She did not think that this planet would be an exception. However, she did not recommend herself. Instead, she watched quietly with the two. She wanted to see if the first Blue Lantern ring could be born without her participation. As the fire raged, Thea's gaze followed the two guardians. The intelligent life on this planet was also in human form. Their skin was slightly pale, and they had a long antenna behind their head that looked like Majin Buu's. They were dressed in the style of the Middle Ages on Earth. The crowd was restless. Some were fighting for food. Most of them were helpless and panicked in the face of natural disasters. The young man that Ganser and said were paying attention to was chanting something in a small house after ascending to godhood. Thea could understand the language of any intelligent life. The people in front of her were chanting the local Bible. The young man in front of her believed in many doubts and said that a savior would appear to save everyone. Stay here first. The Bible says that when death lights up the sky and the sea begins to boil, the Messiah will descend. He will be found by his believers at the peak of Mount Surlius. The young man raised the Bible in his hand and said loudly, Chapter 706. It seemed to be the young man's father. An old man pulled him back. No one has ever reached the peak of Mount Surlius alive. It will take a few days, and we don't have much time. Let's take refuge in the Dili district now. I heard there's still some food there. Before the old man could finish, he was interrupted by the young man. Father, God will protect us. Please believe in me. The old man's eyes were filled with doubt, but he still chose to believe in his son. With an old father, a kind wife, and 2 young children, the young man ignored the doubtful gazes of the crowd. He brought his family members who believed in him and embarked on a journey to find the Holy Land and Messiah. Thea and Ganthercide silently watched this family from the sky. They were no different from the ordinary people on this planet. They were helpless and panicked. It was only under the lead of the young man's devout faith that they began their arduous journey. Even though he knew that this journey would not be smooth, the young man still suffered a heavy blow from fate on the second day. His father, who had always supported him, walked last because of his old age. When the family was crossing a suspension bridge, the rope snapped. The old man helplessly reached out a hand to his son and fell into the mountain stream. Thea naturally saw this scene. The 2 guardians were indifferent, but she was not so cold-blooded. She was not a good person. It was just that when someone was in trouble, she would still help if she could. She acted decisively. The moment the old man was about to land on the ground, she switched places with him. God, save us. Please save our planet. The old man was able to educate the young man. He was also an extremely devout and loving person. He only felt that he was waiting for death a second ago, and the next second, he was running to the clouds. Even according to their aesthetic standards, the goddess beside him was unbelievably beautiful. He had been saved by God. He could not think of any other option. He wanted to kneel, but he was in the clouds. He was afraid that he would fall if he moved, so he could only plead with words. Thea was able to understand the language of all intelligent creatures. She had no problem understanding the old man's words. She waved her hand and healed the old man. I am a god, but not your god. Your son's test is still ongoing. Be quiet. Everything will be revealed in the next 2 days. As if to prove the words of Goddess Thea, the young man's test came again. When his wife passed through a narrow passage, she slipped and fell down a 1,000-meter deep valley. The young man looked at the place where his wife disappeared and wailed. In the end, he wiped away his tears and tried to carry the 2 children on his back and continued forward. Saving one is saving 2 is also saving. You should come too. Thea brought another one back. The young man's wife was comforted by her father, and she continued to be an onlooker. The young man's journey was about to come to an end when cruel fate teased him again. When they were crossing a shallow river, the water level suddenly rose. The 2 children were short and weak, so they were directly washed away by the rushing river. The young man could no longer suppress his grief. He pounded the ground angrily as if he wanted to vent all the injustice. The 2 children were also pulled back by Thea. The young lady squinted at the old man Gandha. At this time, silence spoke louder than words. Is this the light of hope that the Book of O and Ah prophesied? You too gave up the companions of countless years. Is it really worth it? Why do I feel that the young man on the ground is about to turn black? Gant's face was very ugly. They, including Thea, did not do anything. This could only mean that the young man's encounter was arranged by fate, but this fate was a little cruel. Did fate foresee that Thea would come to this planet at this time and save his family in a place where the young man could not see? Gandha did not think that he would save people. He was a little stronger than his colleagues, but there was a limit to his strength, not to mention a few ordinary people. Even if the entire planet exploded in front of him, he would not blink. Gandha quickly glanced at Thea, then continued to look down with a poker face. Unaware that there was a crowd of onlookers above him, the young man finally finished venting. Under Gant's excited gaze, he climbed up the sacred mountain not far away alone. Are you sure there will be some kind of miracle? I did not sense any fluctuation of divine power. Thea looked at the young man struggling to climb the mountain. When he was about to reach the top, she could not help but ask, how could Gandha answer? He did not sense any abnormalities. By right, There should be some signs at this time. Thea and the other two carefully sensed their surroundings. The young man's family was secretly encouraging their son, husband, and father. After the young man fell down 3 times and climbed up 3 times, he finally reached the top of the mountain. There was only a big rock on the bare mountaintop. Other than that, there was nothing else. There was no Messiah, no divine weapon to save the world, and naturally there was no God. The young man could not stand the disappointment. He angrily punched the big rock. After 2 punches, blood stained the big rock red. However, the young man had already forgotten the pain. The pain in his body was far less than the torment in his heart. Because of his stubbornness, he had caused the death of his family. He hated it. Thea pursed her lips. At this time, the young man's body was faintly emitting a black aura. That was the aura of despair. Facing this so-called sacred rock and giving him a sword, he would be able to act out an alien version of 400 years of love. No, the Book of Ura will not be wrong. The light of hope should descend here. Ganda was completely flustered. "Can we make a blue lamp for him?" Seth asked urgently. If the prophecy was wrong, their betrayal of their race would be a joke. Ganda looked carefully for a long time and answered sadly, "There is no hope in his body. The lamp ring will not choose him." Seth did not give up. He made one on the spot. This was the first blue lamp in this universe. Unfortunately, the lamp ring did not care about the young man. If it were not for Seth's control, the lamp ring would have flown away. The 2 little blue people were completely speechless. Thea looked left and right. She felt that it was time for her to clean up the mess. She muttered to herself, "In another parallel universe, the will of the world there gave me something. I don't know if this is a prophecy in your book or a coincidence." After saying that, she ignored the 2 little blue people. She gathered a small ball of hope between her fingers and projected it into the young man's body like a beam of light. Hope emotion. I don't need the lamp ring's hope emotion. The 2 guardians knew what was good for them. The 2 of them watched as the pure emotional energy entered the young man's heart. Seems like it's just a little bit more. Thea was experienced. She teleported the young man's family over as she spoke. The hope emotion eliminated the pessimism and despair in the young man's heart. The family that he thought had passed away reappeared in front of him. The young man's emotions were completely unleashed. Chapter 707. As expected, the blue light ring that was hovering in the sky chose him. The young man became the first member of the blue light ring and named himself Saint. Seeing the blue light leader that he chose kowtowed and bowed to Thea, he wished he could kiss her shoes. Ganda and Seth were speechless. "Hey, young man, you seem to have chosen the wrong boss." The lady showed off her acting skills on the spot. She skillfully combined the majesty and kindness of a god. The saint's family shed tears of gratitude. As soon as they helped one up, the other kneeled down again. They were busy for a while. "God, please save our planet." The saint still didn't know that the 2 dwarfs next to him were his boss. He didn't have time to look at the function of the ring. He was focused on begging Thea to save his people. "Your ring can slowly improve the environment and save our people." Ganda, who had been standing like a wooden stake for 10 minutes, finally found an entry point. He said hurriedly. Only then did the saint glance at them. The meaning in his eyes was nothing more than, "Who are you?" To be honest, he didn't really trust Ganda. The saint got Thea's hope and emotions, so he was naturally close to the lady. He turned to ask for her opinion. The 2 dwarfs almost vomited blood. Thea didn't embarrass them too much. She observed carefully. The core of the planet was seriously damaged. It was beyond saving. Even a god like her couldn't do anything, let alone the light ring. But facing the expectant eyes of the family, she cast a spell. Her eyes flashed, and finally, a complicated seal was cast deep into the planet's core. I have sealed the severely damaged core of the planet. The destruction of this planet has been delayed for about 1,000 years. You have enough time to migrate. When the saint's family heard that the planet had been saved, they once again paid their respects to her. It was very comfortable to be with such a kind person. Thea stayed on the planet for 3 more days. The saint finally realized the existence of the lantern ring, but the 2 high and mighty guardians couldn't give much constructive advice on how to use the lantern ring. They treated the lantern ring as a tool. So why would they study how to use it? The saint, who was eager to gain power to help his people, turned around and asked Thea for help. Experience in using the lantern ring? Facing the saint's question, the young miss was a little surprised. Do I have any experience in using the lantern ring? I'm too knowledgeable. I've trained hundreds and thousands of light ring users. She reached out and tapped on the saint's forehead, giving him a copy of the idiot's version of the lamp ring. The saint did not know that Thea had already prepared for this. He was excited and felt that the gods were omnipotent. After another 2 days, Old Man Ganser could not take it anymore. The charm of the goddess of wealth was too high. The saint's worship of Thea was growing rapidly every day. Perhaps in another 2 days, this follower that he had chosen would be pulled to her side. Although he knew that he would be at a disadvantage if he spoke first, he still decided to get straight to the point with Thea. Your Majesty, why have you come to this planet? Old Ganser's words implied that she was just passing by. If you have something to do, hurry up and go do it. Thea coughed softly and said, Amway? No, do you know that a catastrophe is about to befall this universe? She did not know how many times she had said this, but she repeated it word for word. Originally, she only wanted to pull in the blue lanterns, but now it seemed that she could get 2 more helpers. Thea ended the speech by saying, "The world needs your help." Then she looked at Ganser with a piercing gaze, as if saying, "If you don't agree, I'll stay here." The old man thought about it. If Darkseid conquered this universe, he would not be able to escape. In the end, he nodded and agreed. Thea was overjoyed. As an ancient race, the Guardians were not to be trifled with. She had experienced the 10 versus 1 a few days ago. Their individual strength was weaker than Superman's, but the difference was not huge. Both sides agreed that when Darkseid arrived, Ganser and said would lead the Blue Lanterns into battle. Before she left, she remembered her original purpose. Do you know Mogo of the Green Lantern Corps? The old man glared at her. I was just exiled. My memory was not erased. How could I not know? He nodded sulkily to show that he knew. Actually, I think that Mogo is a planet's consciousness. Wearing the green light of courage is not very suitable. A planet with courage? How strange. Don't you think the Blue Lanterns suit her? Seeing that Ganser's attention was drawn, she continued, absorbing Mogo into the Blue Lanterns will solve the problem of the Saint and the other's future planet. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Old Ganser only thought about it for a second before he agreed to the idea of poaching his former colleague. His only condition was that he had to do it himself. Thea looked at him with a half-smile. This old man was eager to save his reputation in front of the Saint and help her solve her future problems. He could indeed gain her loyalty, but the price was naturally the anger of his former colleague. Thea also did not want to fall out with the Green Lanterns. After all, maintaining order in the universe was a big deal. This universe could not do without the Green Lantern Corps. Now that Ganser, the traitor, was in front of her, she would be more at ease. What happened next was logical. Ganser took the Saint to see Mogo. The submissive planet's consciousness did not know that there was a split between the Guardians. Facing Ganser's recruitment, she thought that it was an internal personnel change. Without hesitation, she gave up on the Green Lantern and put on a blue lantern ring. Thea originally planned to let Mogo wear 2 rings. Unfortunately, the Guardians were too strict with the Green Lanterns. Ganser wanted to cut off the Green Lantern's restraint on Mogo, so he could only let her wear 1 blue lantern. The result was not bad. Hope's emotions were more suitable for her. After a few days of simple contact, she became good friends with the pure-hearted saint. Thea's trip to the universe finally came to an end. She had found all the reinforcements she needed. The Green Lanterns and Orange Lanterns were both bad guys. There was no need to rope them in, so she returned to Earth directly. After being away for almost half a month, the atmosphere on Earth became more and more tense. Large amounts of resources would always leave traces. It was impossible not to be discovered. Later on, the higher-ups did not hide it anymore. They just did not give a direct response. Botanist mysteriously disappeared for 45 days. Plumbers and welders are in high demand. They may be the new job choice next year. Many movie companies' stocks plummeted. It is suspected that there is a mastermind behind the scenes. Many news media carefully probed and found that the government did not respond at all. They became bolder and bolder. Many speculations were slowly approaching the terrifying truth. Not long after returning to Earth, Batman invited her to the Batcave for a chat. He said that he had caught an apocalyptic demon soldier in the new world that Thea had described. Chapter 708. That's right. Its outer shell is made of superalloy, and its internal muscles and bones are connected by mechanical nerves. This is the basic combat unit of the Apocalypse Star. They have already begun to infiltrate this place. The war is coming faster than I expected, Thea said worriedly as she looked at the Apocalypse demon in the cage. If we can study the characteristics of this thing, then perhaps. Batman wanted to say something, but Thea interrupted him. I've thought about this before, but their original bodies are not of a single race. They are captives left behind by Darkseid when they conquered many planets. They are mechanically modified creatures. If you want to use some kind of special sound wave or resonance to try and get rid of all the enemies once and for all, I can only say that it will be very difficult because they are of different races. Thea took out a thick stack of documents and handed them to Batman. These are the data I collected and the records of the dissection. Take them for reference. Seeing Batman flip through the documents, and when he reached a certain page, his expression changed drastically. Thea was pleased. Let you study the anti-Thea armor? I'll make you so worried that you can't sleep for 3 days. Not only had she handed over her own records and Mitron's records to Batman, she had even mixed in the old Batman Thomas Wayne's experiment records from Earth 2. Seeing the familiar handwriting, even someone as shrewd as Batman couldn't help but throw the apocalyptic demon aside and read the piece of paper 3 times. Then he quickly took out the piece of paper and stuffed it into his wrist guard. Thea coughed twice and pretended not to see his little action. When you captured this soldier, he should have a square box with him. That is the mother box that the new gods use to travel to the parallel universe. If you want, you can go to these coordinates to take a look. She then left the coordinates of Earth 2. As for whether Batman wanted to see the familiar stranger, that was his own business. After taking her small revenge, Thea was about to go home when a woman in black walked in. Yo, Satana, long time no see. You guys have something to talk about. I'll take my leave first. Thea glanced at the woman who was still wearing fishnet stockings in the middle of winter. She didn't seem to be in a good mood, so she got up and prepared to leave. Wait, I'm here for you. Where's Constantine? Where did you take him? Thea suddenly realized that she was looking for a boyfriend. Even though she felt that Jia Kong might have fallen into the trap long ago, she did not hide it. She had worked so hard for the fate of the world, not for human trafficking, so she did not feel guilty at all. Listen to me. Do you know that this universe is about to face a great calamity? In order to strengthen the magic power of the earth, I asked Constantine to help me train magicians. She told the story again. This was a good thing about heroes of justice. They were very tolerant for the sake of justice. Zatanna, who was originally unhappy, immediately calmed down. Perhaps in her heart, she felt proud that a piece of trash like Constantine could do something beneficial to the world. After that, Zatanna mentioned that she wanted to go to the New World to observe and contribute to the cause of justice. Batman, who had a premonition that something terrible was about to happen, also came over to watch the show. Perhaps he was also unhappy that Constantine, his childhood sweetheart, was kidnapped. After turning off the anti-teleportation device in the Batcave, the three of them went to the New World. Constantine was really the son of magic. When the three of them arrived, they didn't see any restricted images. This guy was lying on a soft chair and sleeping soundly. Why did you lose so much weight? Wake up. Zatanna went up and gave him 2 loud slaps to wake him up. Thea looked over and was speechless. She went to the main planet of Ura and then went to look for the blue lamp. It was only half a month, and Constantine was visibly thinner than the last time she saw him. The yellow windbreaker didn't fit him well, and now it was even looser. His eyes were blurred from excessive alcohol, and women. Zatanna shouted for a long time before he slowly woke up. The scene was a bit too horrible to look at. Thea covered her mouth, afraid that she would laugh out loud. Did this guy not rest for the past 10 days or so? He sacrificed a lot for the cause of justice. The tough guy who could laugh and talk freely in heaven and hell, and who could go in and out 7 times, was now like a lamp that ran out of oil. None of the people present were 1 or 2 years old. If they couldn't see the reason for Jacques Hang's appearance, they would have lived in vain. I heard that you were teaching? Zatanna's voice was so cold that it could condense frost. Comrade Jacques was indeed a brave man with a tough mouth. He insisted that he had worked his heart out and that he had collapsed from exhaustion from his teaching duties. John, come and see my new dance. His big lie didn't even last 3 seconds before it was brilliantly exposed. A woman who looked hot and was actually hot ran in. She definitely didn't know Zatanna, but she knew Batman, who stood like a javelin, and Thea, the first daughter. The government and superheroes came to rescue us. This idea came and went quickly. She directly rejected it. It was the government's doing to throw them into this desolate wilderness. This was their current consensus. A normal businessman wouldn't be able to cover the sky with one hand and sweep Hollywood clean. Moreover, she had experienced extraordinary power. If she was asked to go back to that indoor art film, she might not be willing to go back. John, you call me so intimately. Zatanna looked at the porn star. Her expression was full of displeasure. However, the other party did indeed have magic in her body. This made her very surprised. Magic was too precious. Even if her family was a direct descendant of Da Vinci and continuously married into several big magic families, less than 1/5 of her family members could awaken magic talent. The porn star in front of her didn't look like she had inherited magic from her bloodline. Thea gently patted her on the shoulder. Let's go. Let's see the results of Constantine's teaching. They walked into the House of Mystery, which was divided into hundreds of rooms. Many students had already abandoned their celebrity status and worked hard for fear of being left behind. They didn't know their fate of being provided food, accommodation, and distribution. They still thought about the problem according to the logic of the previous modern society. In their opinion, this should be a precious opportunity. If they didn't seize it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Thea and the others saw that everyone was working so hard that they almost forgot to eat and sleep, almost to the point of madness. The porn star led them into the room, took off her coat to reveal her professional attire, and began to dance around a steel pipe. The originally faint magic was swaying according to a special rhythm. The air temperature in the room began to rise, and there was a faint sound. Zatanna suppressed her displeasure and tried to identify the spell. Chaos spell? It seems to be mixed with human charm and a slight morale-boosting effect. This spell is very powerful. Is the learning threshold high? Zach Kong couldn't answer this question. Thea said, "These people were selected from 100 practitioners. Their qualifications are the best." Zatanna nodded. The learning threshold of this new inheritance was far lower than that of traditional mages. It was suitable for ordinary people, but its shortcomings were also obvious. There was no potential for improvement, and the user had no defensive abilities. Thea didn't expect them to use haste to fight the apocalyptic demon, nor did she expect them to be proficient in everything. Based on their current profession, they would be qualified if they could help a little. Chapter 709. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Zach Kong stopped her. "Sister, you don't even have a school building? You're occupying my house now." School building. She had indeed forgotten about this problem. If it were another teacher who did not have a magical tool like the mysterious house, they would have already come to her. Thea thought about it. A magic school was imperative, not to mention the people in front of her. The new generation of magicians also needed systematic scientific education. The previous master-apprentice relationship was not suitable for modern times. And from a long-term perspective, building a magic school in the new world could also effectively block high-level attacks. She taught magic to the people on Earth in the hope that the magicians could protect Earth, not enslave Earth. Magic was a talent, but it was more of a responsibility. People who learned magic should have the ambition to protect the world. That was what she thought, and that was what she did. How about this? Oliver brought the people from Quinn's construction department to the new world. You know him, don't you? Ask him to lend some people to help you build a school. There will be more and more students in the future. John, you and Zatanna can both stay here to teach. The era of magic has arrived. The knowledge you have is very precious to mankind. Zatanna was a little moved. As for whether she wanted to spy on Zach Kong, Thea did not care. She clenched her right fist and punched her left palm. "I'll also bring Midnight and Mr. E from Cold Flame here. The four of you will each build a school in the school. In the future, even 10-year-old children who have awakened magic talent can come here to learn magic." What do you think? The more Thea thought about it, the more she felt it was feasible. She even thought of a name for the school. It would be called Hogwarts School of Magic, to give the two space to solve their personal problems and to let them think about her proposal. Thea pulled Batman, who still wanted to continue to observe the mysteries of the magic world, back to Earth. The next day, Thea called Mr. E and Mr. E to the new world again. Constantine had been here for more than half a month and had already figured out the situation. This place was slightly higher than Earth's plane and would be the first stop to intercept all threats from other dimensions. It could be said that if they could guard this place, Earth would be safe. Under his persuasion, Zatanna also gave up on the principle of keeping magic a secret and set up a grassroots team. The four of them had no objections at all. Midnight and Mr. E were her subordinates, and Constantine and Zatanna's fists were not as big as hers. What's more, the first miss was always talking about the approval of the Ministry of Education and the White House. They couldn't interfere with the secular world, so they naturally didn't have the confidence to fight for the position of principal. My plan is to divide them into 4 academies: Constantine of Courage, Zatanna of Wisdom, Mr. E of Tenacity, and Midnight of Shrewdness. In order to satisfy her bad taste, Thea found 4 animal spirits overnight. As she had the divine position of the soul, Those animal spirits did not dare to resist her at all. They were all dragged to the new world by her after promising her some benefits. This golden lion is Gryffindor, the blue eagle is Ravenclaw, the gray badger is Hufflepuff, and the black snake is Slytherin. Their combat power is not bad. Usually, they can stay in the school as guardians. If you are in trouble, you can also summon them across space to fight. With the approval of the government, the construction of the school building will be under me. As for the teaching and enrollment, you will be responsible for it. Midnight and Mr. E had no objections. Slag Kong and Zatanna had received some benefits and were spurred on by a sense of mission, so they also agreed. The four of them had been in the magic world for many years, and finding some students was not a problem. The most important thing was that the air in the new world was rich in magic. Back on Earth, meditation was an idle process. Just look at Mr. E, who practiced 18 types of meditation techniques a day until he went blind. It was easy to understand. However, it was different in this world. It was too rare to see significant results after one meditation. Zatanna knew many children of magic families who could come to learn. Mr. E's Cold Flame Church and Midnight's father's subordinates could all come to make the school look good. Thea did not care about their discussion and teleported to find Oliver. Her brother was the first to know about the new world. He did not know that his 10-year-old son was hidden by his evil mother and evil sister. When he heard that the children born in the new world would have magic talent, he dragged Shadow here for a long time to make a child. After a month of hard work, there was finally a result. In order to reunite their family, Moira and Thea worked together to get the indescribable country to withdraw the arrest warrant for Yao Fei. Old Yao could finally see the light of day again. He left Purgatory Island and brought Shadow's sister with him to take care of their pregnant daughter. Old Yao was very satisfied with his beloved disciple and son-in-law. When Thea arrived at Oliver's new home, the two were busy practicing martial arts. With just a few glances, Sia knew that Oliver was going easy on his father-in-law. After receiving the careful guidance of a ninja master, his attributes were also higher than the human limit. Oliver could be considered a top martial artist of this generation. Even if he did not use a bow and arrow, Old Yao would not be a match for him in close combat. Thea naturally did not want to ruin the show. She clapped her hands and praised Old Yao. Seeing that the siblings had something to talk about, Yao Fei left. After chatting for a while, Thea brought up the matter of Quinn Construction Group building the magic school building. Oliver agreed, without hesitation. He knew Constantine and even had a good relationship with him. It had always been Oliver's specialty to have a wide circle of friends. The original space-time was able to become the 8th after the 7 main forces because Green Arrow had friends all over the world. Everyone respected him. Even Hal Jordan, who rarely returned to Earth, had a deep friendship with him, not to mention Zach Kong and the Flash. This was Oliver's personal charm. Give it to Shadow. As soon as the invasion begins, ask her to return to Earth. Thea handed Oliver a special teleportation gem. Even if the Sorcerers of Apocalypse star-sealed the space, the gem could still teleport Shadow away. As for asking Oliver not to participate in the war and run back to Earth with his wife, she would not do it. She wouldn't say that, and her brother wouldn't agree to it either. How confident are you? In the face of an unknown battle, it would be nonsense to say that Oliver was not afraid. I think we can win, but sacrifices are inevitable. Thea thought about it and said seriously, even the 7 heroes of the original space-time could win. It did not make sense that she would lose after making so many preparations and finding so many helpers. Seeing Oliver's worried expression, she promised, "I will not be the one sacrificed. I am already a god." The life and death of ordinary people cannot measure me. At most, I will be beaten to death. As long as there are souls and wealth in the universe, I will not die. What I am worried about is, forget it. Thea wanted to persuade Oliver to stay away from the battlefield, but seeing his determined face, she swallowed her words. Green Arrow had the luck of a main character. With the special power armor and skilled martial arts, even if he was in danger, the Flash or Green Lantern would be able to help him. Chapter 7:10. Preparations for war were in full swing. The good news was that only one apocalyptic demon had been found, and it was captured by Batman. Darkseid's infiltration had just begun. 2 days later, Fiora told her the good news. The god of death, whom we have been looking for months, has been captured by them. Fiora called Thea to a deserted planet where Lightning Lady and Jared were. The three of them spent a lot of effort to find the god of death, who had disappeared for many years. After that, they were teleported to another planet. After a tough battle, they finally defeated the first king of Atlantis, an old zombie. Thea sighed when she saw the guy's appearance. Gray hair, ferocious face, and a tattered body armor with only a layer of skin wrapped around his bones. He could play the role of the king of the dead without any makeup. The god of death was furious when he was awakened in his long slumber. The three of them attacked him together and threw out all kinds of control skills. In the end, it was Fiora who knocked the old zombie out. Can you read his memory? Thea asked. The gorilla nodded. Jared then began to show the god of death's life to Thea through their spiritual connection. Thea quickly went through the memory of the god of death. He was ambitious when he was young. He unified the 4 seas in his middle age. He was betrayed by his family in his later years and sank Atlantis. He is still hiding something. Continue to investigate. She ordered. The gorilla increased the level of control. After repeated searches 4 times, Thea finally saw what she was looking for in the depths of the god of death's memory. TSK, this guy is so wasteful. He actually squandered Poseidon's origin. Thea felt sorry for him. As the chosen of Poseidon, their attributes were exactly the same. In order to live for a long time, the god of death was ruthless to Poseidon, who was in a deep slumber after sinking Atlantis. It was different from when Thea absorbed Black Adam's divine power to increase the upper limit of her own divine power and enhance the essence of life. The god of death had used the same attributes as Poseidon to artificially downgrade his divine power. Like a hamster going through winter, he stored his divine power to sustain his own consumption. Sia watched for a long time and clicked her tongue. The god of death's technique was far from brilliant. Just by looking at how old he was now, she knew that he did not understand the mystery of divine power at all. Instead, he used it as a power on the same level as magic power. It was a waste of the essence of Poseidon's divine power. The original essence of Poseidon's divine power was squandered away. Thea felt sorry for Poseidon. He would never be able to regain his divine power. The god of death had been turned into a zombie by time. Even if Poseidon were to bring him back, he would never be able to regain his former divine power. It would be better for him to continue being the number 2 in the Greek pantheon. Find an asteroid without water and lock him up. Thea instructed Fiora. The identity of the god of death still had some value. Whether to give it to Poseidon or the Atlanteans in the future still needed to be considered. His method of absorbing divine power seemed stupid in the mortal demigod stage, but in the divine stage, it made up for Thea and Diana's lack of divine power. It was just that the god of death's simple and crude method of forcibly absorbing and transforming divine power was too inefficient. Thea's understanding of divine power, coupled with sufficient knowledge of magic, would definitely be able to develop a more efficient method. With the help of the god of death's ideas, Thea returned to Earth and began to discuss with Diana behind closed doors. Well, it was a very serious study. In the end, the two were busy for 5 days. They smelted the magic sword from the ninja master and used its essence to create 2 necklaces. A small space was sealed inside the necklaces, and a powerful energy absorption spell was cast on the outside. The blessing of the Greek gods that Diana gave up on the day of her ascension could be used once to test the effect. What a familiar feeling! My divine power is indeed increasing. The Valkyrie put on the necklace and closed her eyes to feel it. The blessing of the gods was stored inside the necklace space. Relying on the energy absorption spell on the outside, the characteristics of the gods were sifted out layer by layer and restored to the most essential divine power to supplement the perseverance and guardian positions. These divine powers have been with you for thousands of years, so the conversion rate is the highest. Thea's understanding of divine power was already higher than Diana's, and she explained with experience. Diana originally proposed to return these divine powers to the gods, but was forcibly suppressed by Thea. What a joke! Return the meat that was already in your mouth. Don't even think about taking it back. Her lover strongly objected, and Diana also had no love for her brothers and sisters, so she tacitly agreed to this matter. The Valkyrie let out a long moan. The position that was almost dried up was finally replenished. That kind of comfortable feeling made her exclaim even though she was calm. The new gods are too troublesome. After stopping the absorption for a day, Diana frowned her beautiful eyebrows and said in a rather dissatisfied tone, Thea could only spread out her hands to express her helplessness. The nature of the divine power of the old gods and the new gods is different. The new god's divine power recovers slowly, and the consumption is also slow. There are pros and cons to each. Diana's divine power recovery problem was barely solved. By absorbing the blessings of the gods and self-recovery, it was estimated that she could recover 70 to 80% before the war. Thea's own recovery problem had not been solved. The god of death could absorb Poseidon, and Diana could absorb the blessings of the gods because they were either of the same attributes or deeply involved. This kind of opportunity was not common. Thea, who had all 6 attributes, had to absorb those with comprehensive attributes. Black Adam had already been sucked dry, and the remaining divine power was with Dr. Savannah. She would not do anything to her own people, so Shazan was the only choice. It was just that Billy Batson was still his naughty child and had not received any divine power. Thea felt that it was most likely that she had killed Black Adam. Old Shazan was not as anxious as the original time. He was not anxious, but she was. Thea changed her strategy and decided not to wait passively. She wanted to take the initiative and take down old Shazan by force. This old guy was hiding in the Stone of Eternity, which was a space created by the fusion of a stone from heaven and a stone from hell. The mighty power of heaven and hell worked there at the same time, and it was not limited by the rules of space and time. Whether it was Thea or Madame Xanadu's divination, they could not find this space. Since there was no way out using magic, she was ready to use scientific means. Psyker's shockwave ability could find the space of the god of speed, so it should not be too difficult to find in Stone of Eternity that was not in time and space. However, it was a little difficult for him to find it out of thin air. Thea still needed to find someone who had entered the Stone of Eternity and find the entrance from this person's past memories. There were only a few candidates. Billy Batson had not entered so far, and Black Adam had died of old age without leaving a single cell. There was no way to clone him. What was left was the triple evil body. Chapter 7:11. The Phantom Stranger, the Questioner, and Pandora, they were the triple evil bodies. The first 2 were elusive, often wandering outside of hell and heaven. It was impossible to find them. Pandora, who was believed to have released the 7 deadly sins, was her only choice now. Pandora was a pitiful woman, whether in myths or in real life. The originally innocent tribal girl opened a metal box out of curiosity and was nailed to the pillar of shame, accused of releasing the 7 deadly sins. Ridiculous! The emotions originally possessed by humans were forcibly pressed onto the head of a girl just because she opened a box that no one knew the purpose of at that time. Old and dim-sighted, neither wise nor good at listening, irritable, stubborn, and unreasonable. Old Shazan, who claimed to be the guardian of mankind, sentenced the girl to life imprisonment with a groundless accusation, punishing her to stay in the world forever to atone for her evil deeds. Old Shazan would not admit that he did not know what the box was, but he claimed to be the guardian of mankind. He could not give any constructive suggestions. So he pushed all the blame to the ignorant girl, saying that she had to atone for her sins. Then he closed the door and went to sleep. This was just one of the countless good deeds that the old fool Shazan had done in his life. Thea was now going to find the girl who had wandered the world for thousands of years, then enter the Stone of Eternity, take away his divine power, and cut off the old dog's head. Justice needed to be upheld, but it could not be dealt with by just finding a scapegoat. The more good people like Shazan there were, the more chaotic the world would be. Gideon, search all the databases for a woman. Purple clothes, but I don't know what she looks like. The only clue I have is that she has always appeared in remote places. She should have been born around 800 BC. Traces of her should have been seen in many human wars. Search according to these conditions from ancient books, then use modern facial recognition to filter out the target. Thea set the search range, then put her 2 long legs on the table, waiting for the search results. 2620 BC, Memphis, ancient Egypt. Well, this era is too old to judge. In 44 AD, a woman in purple appeared in the Druid forest of Antrim. This news should be true. 113 AD, Jerusalem. Master alchemist Boaz accepted a female disciple. 1328 AD, Mount Song. 1416 AD, Osaka. What a pitiful woman. She's just an ordinary person. She doesn't have any talent, yet she has eternal life. Thea looked at the results of the search and sighed. Vandal Savage was like that. Ninja Master was like that. And so was this pitiful woman. She had a long lifespan, determination, and willpower, but she lacked the talent to turn something rotten into something magical. This woman, who was known as Pandora in the ancient books, began to travel alone and traveled all over the world. At first, she was still searching for extraordinary powers, lowering her head to seek guidance from those who were less than a fraction of her age. Unfortunately, she had no talent at all. Other than practicing martial arts, she had no other strong points. Some of the results were confirmed, but most of them were discarded. Gideon's search area was rapidly narrowing. It was not until 2 hours later that he finally determined the target's current address. In Aleppo, it's really a good place to nurture outstanding people. Thea put on her coat and teleported over. Back then, the various great countries used this place to compete and fight for their own goals. There were constant wars, and there were piles of refugees. Now that the attention of the big countries had been drawn away, what was left was a scene of devastation. Whether it was the Quinn Group or Wayne Enterprises, they had done some help to these places, but it was a drop in the bucket. The hatred between people was not so easy to resolve. The vile nature of human nature was brought to the forefront in this place. Those who were being helped kidnapped those who were helping. In order to satisfy the greed of a small group of people, the financial groups had to pay ransoms in exchange for their own employees. As time passed, no one was willing to help here. The once war-torn places only returned to peace on the surface. All kinds of interests were still surging in the dark. Sinful souls. Thea did not like this place. She could see without a trial that people were dying here every day. However, the killers were not necessarily bad people, and the dead were not good people. Everything was chaotic. She did not pay much attention to this place. Compared to the disaster in Darkside, this was nothing. She released her psychic power and searched for the people with the strongest vitality in the city. Soon, she found something strange in the northwest corner of the city. She flew over. "Hi, I'm Thea Quinn. I need your help." The young lady descended from the sky and stopped Pandora in her tracks. The woman in the purple windbreaker was startled by her sudden greeting from the sky. She nimbly did a backflip in an attempt to increase the distance between them. The moment she landed, she pulled out 2 pistols. She had lived for tens of thousands of years, but she could only fight with pistols. Although the pistols looked magical, Thea chose to ignore them. When the woman landed on the ground, her hood fell off, revealing a face that was not too beautiful. Thea felt that she should be at least 70 points. She had blue hair, and her eyes were tired. The only thing worth mentioning was that there were 3 lightning bolts on her cheeks, arranged in parallel. From afar, she looked like Naruto's relatives. Thea raised her hands and waved them gently, indicating that she was unarmed. "I know who you are. Why are you looking for me?" The woman quickly put away her gun and questioned Thea with an unfriendly expression. I read some of your records. I want to find a way to enter the Stone of Eternity." "You don't know about the Stone of Eternity? It's the place that turned you into this state of immortality." The woman pulled out her gun again, pointed it at Thea, and asked coldly, "How do you know about this? What's your relationship with them?" Thea ignored the gun. "Them? Old Shazan has accomplices. She could easily teleport a sorcerer like Constantine, let alone a pistol." The woman was waiting for her answer. Suddenly, she realized that her gun was in Thea's hand. "Good gun, enchanted metal. Is this the Jewish alchemy you learned from Master Bowen's? The barrel is engraved with Sanskrit, and the bullets are silver. You're really a hodgepodge." Thea chuckled and threw the pistol back to the woman. "I have nothing to do with that old guy. I just need a little bit of your memory. What happens after has nothing to do with you." Thea said sincerely. The woman was very reasonable. Maybe she was shocked by Thea's power, so she nodded and agreed. Chapter 7:12. Just as Thea was about to drag her to Central City to look for Psyker, Pandora's expression changed drastically. She pulled out her gun and fired a shot at Thea. "Who taught you this spear technique? You missed, right?" Thea's supervision told her that the bullet was off course. It could even be said that it was ridiculously off course. The distance between the 2 of them was very close, less than 3 meters. Your marksmanship was too lousy. However, Thea felt that something was wrong when she looked at Pandora's expression again. She was gritting her teeth. Did she have such a huge grudge with her? The 2 of them had only exchanged a few words. Even the god of hatred, the wasteland wolf, wouldn't be able to pull aggro so quickly. Bang! The bullet hit the wall in the distance. From this angle, it missed Thea by at least 30 degrees, eliminating the possibility of her ambush. Did that mean that there was an enemy behind her? But how was that possible? Anything that could move had a soul. Even the sludge monsters had souls. To ambush her silently, one had to be at least at the level of the ghost eclipse. Thea didn't think that there was such a big shot in Aleppo. The woman ignored Thea and jumped up. She kept firing with her guns. Bang, bang, bang. The walls, street lamps, and trash cans in the alley flew everywhere. Thea felt 3 black lines flashing across her forehead. She was dumbfounded. "Big sister, who are you fighting with? Is there a hidden enemy here?" However, She used her god power, magic power, and spirit power to search several times. There was only Pandora in front of her. She jumped up and down, dancing with her guns. Between her left and right hands, she fired without stopping. Her action of reloading was also extremely smooth. From Thea's perspective, it was very beautiful. Of course, if she wasn't shooting at the air, it was still pretty good. Even though Thea was intelligent, she was still confused. Performing gunfighting for me? Now that you know I'm in control of Hollywood, do you want to play the role of a torn apocalypse? Sister Pandora's performance soon ended. She said to her feet in a very stylish manner, "Jealousy, this is what you deserve. Go to hell." As she spoke, she fired 2 shots into the empty space beside her feet. "Let's go. How are you going to take me there? Are you going to fly?" Pandora put away her pistols and put on her hood. When she saw Thea stretching her neck and looking into the distance, she patiently explained that green-skinned monster is envy, one of the 7 deadly sins. The war between us has lasted for 10,000 years, 3 million days and nights. This is my eternal mission. Thea glanced at the empty ground and then looked at her solemn face. She was completely speechless. "My elder sister, you've suffered quite a bit of shock. Were there any of the 7 deadly sins?" From a broad perspective, it could be said that there was. However, that was the inherent nature of all intelligent creatures. It was not as simple as opening a box and causing humans to commit all sorts of sins. It was also not as if you could kill a human just because you brandished your guns. This big sister Pandora was paranoid and delusional. Thanks to old Shazam, in order to solve the various negative emotions of humans, she imagined 7 demons in her mind. These were her so-called 7 deadly sins. However, as her thoughts continued, the demons in her mind would always exist. She fell into a vicious cycle of eating, sleeping, and fighting the 7 deadly sins. The war between humans had nothing to do with Ares. Greed also had nothing to do with the 7 demons in her mind. She was a pitiful woman who fell into her own world. The so-called Pandora's box was actually a technological creation on Earth. Due to the disorder of time and space, it was thrown into the ancient times of this world. It had nothing to do with magic, and it could not release any of the 7 deadly sins. Old Shazam was usually a fool. He did not understand the purpose of the box at all. Pandora, who was a tribal girl in a primitive society, could only rely on her own understanding and her own worldview to do this. Normal people's delusions could be cured, but she could not. This illusion had lasted for tens of thousands of years. Once she was told that it was all fake and that the 7 deadly sins in her mind did not exist, even if she could accept it rationally, the mental pressure would cause her to collapse. This part of the memory was so deeply rooted that even Thea did not dare to erase it easily. She could only sigh and maintain the status quo for now. After teleporting to Central City, Thea was afraid that Pandora would perform gunfighting in public and scare the Flash's friends. She called Psyker out. "You want me to shock a place that is not in time and space? Is there such a place in this universe?" Psyker was shocked by Miss Pandora's high request. "Isn't it the seraphic space? I heard from Barry last time that you blocked the seraphic space for nearly 2 milliseconds. You just need to help me find the coordinates. I can go in myself." Thea felt that this was not difficult. However, Psyker did not dare to speak in front of Pandora. After trembling in fear for half an hour, he still did not find anything. This kind of past that can't be sensed so deeply through clothes. Psyker's shocking words made Miss Pandora roll her eyes. What did he mean? You can't do it through clothes, and you want to communicate deeply? So that's how you are, Psyker. Reality proved that her thoughts were a little dirty. Psyker was still a good kid. The three of them had to return to the Advanced Technology Laboratory. He had to make 2 brainwave readers, one for each of them. Only then could they investigate deeply. Oh, so many people. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Thea entered the laboratory and found that there were surprisingly many people. The Flash, Barry Allen, Black Girl Ayers, and her father were all there. There was also a black young man beside them. Apparently, he was Ayers' younger brother, Wally West. Dr. Wales and Jesse Fatker, whom Sia had met on Earth 2, were also there. Jesse Fatker had been flirting with the black lad. From afar, it looked like the parents of both sides were meeting to discuss something important. We're fine. Thea, what's the matter? The Flash hurriedly stood up. Nothing. You guys continue chatting. I need Psyker's help. Dr. Wales, how did you guys get here? The skinny old man sighed, and the chubby girl beside him told him everything that had happened. The story was very simple. The war on Earth 2 had ended, and the humans had reclaimed the city. Before they rewarded the merit points, they had to do one more thing, and that was to punish the culprits. Catch the Great Plains wolf and shoot it. They did not have the ability to do so, so they could only find someone from Earth to take the blame. On Earth 2, Dr. Wales, who had also created a particle accelerator explosion and at the same time had entered the eyes of many people in power. Many ordinary people had obtained abilities because of his experiments, so the wasteland wolves were also lured out by him. The deduction process was simple and crude, and the people in power did not want to hold a debate. They wanted to just shoot the thin old man and be done with it. The thin old man was not willing to take the blame, so he took his daughter and created a bunch of advanced technology. Using the space rift left by Thea and Darkseid, he escaped to Earth 1. There was no difference between fleeing and being shot. The politicians on Earth 2 put all the blame on him and then blew up the passage on the other side. The father and daughter were completely left on Earth 1. Thea expressed limited sympathy, seeing that they were living a good life and got along well. She decided to let them stay if they wanted to. While they were talking, Pandora seemed to have found traces of the 7 deadly sins. She stood up, pulled out 2 guns, and performed gunfighting in the cutting-edge laboratory. Chapter 7:13. Pandora's sudden outburst made them tremble in fear. Caitlin was not here today, and the only one who could fight in the laboratory was Barry. The rest were all ordinary people. Sia winked and made small gestures. She pointed at Pandora and then pointed at her head. Only then did she manage to appease these people. Psyker, who had some thoughts about the royal lady, had a bitter expression. She looked pretty, but was actually a mental patient. He had to get rid of this plague as soon as possible. With the help of Dr. Wells, he worked quickly and created 2 brainwave readers. Pandora, who was not mentally ill, was very polite. She put on the reader and tried hard to recall the horrible scene. She was carefree when she was in the tribe, but the world had changed. Skyscrapers had long been erected in the tribe's territory. She had changed from a savage to a cold and elegant royal lady. Even after 10,000 years, she was still full of hope for the life she had in the past, because that was her home, a home she could never return to. Her memories changed rapidly, and finally, she reached that fateful moment. She was picking wild fruits alone when she saw a golden light flashing in the weeds. She pushed the weeds aside out of curiosity and found that it was a golden skull. Under the gray sky, a strange wave knocked Pandora unconscious. When she woke up, she was already in the stone castle. A very imposing old man questioned her sternly, as if she had done something unforgivable. In the outside world, an hour had passed. Psyker sat up with a face full of sympathy. Pandora's eyes were a little wet. Recalling this memory was not pleasant. I won't guarantee anything, but I will help you seek justice for what happened to you back then. Thea knew that this memory had hurt her again. She would feel at ease if she sought justice for her. Pandora's face was full of struggle, no matter how much she lied to herself, saying that she had released evil and that the 7 deadly sins had wreaked havoc in the world. Her subconscious mind and the accumulation of 10,000 years of knowledge made her vaguely understand that she was nothing. Those extraordinary wizards could change the color of the sky with a wave of their hands, and the sun and moon would lose their light. The druids in the forest could communicate with the will of the world. Their wisdom was as deep as the sea. Even if they did not do anything to destroy the world, she was just a girl from a primitive tribe. Releasing evil? Am I really that capable? This thought was very vague and had long been suppressed to the deepest part of his memory. In the past, it wouldn't have appeared at all, but today, with the help of Psycher's brainwave reader, it finally appeared. I don't know if what he did was right, but I don't think I should be punished like this. Pandora was hesitant at first, but in the last sentence, she almost used all her strength to shout it out. The confusion that had settled down for thousands of years was now broken, and Pandora saw her own heart. What 7 deadly sins? What grave sins? They were all fake. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with a thud. Psycher, who was still connected to her mentally, turned pale as well. The group of people busied themselves again. Miss Thea, the medical authority of the current era, checked both of them. She looked at Barry's concerned eyes and said, "Both of them are fine. Pandora's emotions are surging. She'll be fine after a while. She should be able to recover by now." Fortunately, Psycher helped her share a lot of the burden this time. The few of them had to take care of Pandora. After recovering for a while, Psycher stood by the side and tried his best to use his shockwaves to sense the location of the Stone of Eternity. They waited for an entire day. Midway, Thea and Barry even went out to kill a small monster. It was a guy called Tortoise Man who was stealing something. This guy looked ugly and had a common face. He was the type that couldn't be found in a crowd, but his ability was extremely powerful. He would emit inert waves around his body, and all people or things that approached him would be slowed down. Even the Flash wasn't spared. Even if he ran over at high speed, he would be slowed down to a pulp. In the end, Thea used a large area of effect soul shock to defeat this small monster. She was the one who took him down, so it was natural for her to deal with him. Furthermore, Miss Thea frequently used the name of government requisition, so ordinary superheroes couldn't refuse. Tortoise Man was thrown to death knell by her. She didn't have the time now, but she would study it in detail in the future. This guy was simply a sharp weapon against extremely fast people. In the morning of the second day, Psycher experimented hundreds of times. He used a lot of advanced technology that made Thea dizzy just by looking at it, and combined with his own ability, he finally found the entrance to the Stone of Eternity. Thea sensed that the spatial coordinates were very stable, and there was no problem using the mother box to travel. Thank you for your hard work. Let Pandora rest with you for a few more days. Thea didn't say her purpose, and the few of them wisely didn't ask. In the part of the memory that Psycher saw, the old man who caused Sister Pandora to be so miserable must be a bastard. Room. With a loud bang, an orange passage opened. Thea stepped out and touched the ground again. She was already in a rather magnificent underground palace. The energy of heaven and hell neutralized. Thea felt a sense of relief when she entered the underground palace. The two extreme forces maintained a balance here. Space couldn't be limited here, and time had to stop here. It was called the Stone of Eternity, and it wasn't wrong to call it that. Lightning-shaped decorations appeared on the ground and walls from time to time. Eastern-style pillars with dragon carvings and ancient lamps in the dragon's mouth. In the windless room, the fire didn't change at all. It was maintained at the moment when it was lit for thousands of years. Thea walked slowly through the passage. The two sides of the passage were joined neatly, and there were only some scattered corners where she could see the marks of swords and axes left by angels and demons. Old Shazan's collection was just like him, messy and disorderly. The old man's taste was terrible. Murals of various ethnic groups, utensils, stone javelins, and arrowheads were piled up everywhere. This made the young lady, who had always been known for her tidiness, frown. She passed through another door. Two armored samurai standing guard at the door were smashed into powder by her two disintegration spells. What a mess! A Japanese samurai's armor and a medieval knight's armor standing in front of the door in rags. Are you trying to be pitiful? A spacious room finally appeared in front of her. Thea saw 7 chairs, but only one chair in the middle was occupied. She knew she had finally found the right person. Fortunately, old Shazan probably hadn't watched The Voice of Persia before, so he didn't pretend to be profound and play with the chair. Otherwise, the young lady would have blown this mouse hole into the sky. A thin old man was curled up on the stone chair. The old man had brown curly hair tied loosely to his forehead with a red string. His eyes were dim, his face was dirty, and his teeth were about to fall out. He looked like he had 1 foot in the grave. The only praiseworthy thing about him was that he was still holding a lightning cane in his left hand. Chapter 7:14. An uninvited guest. You are neither a good person nor an evil person. Please state your intention. Old Shazan stared at Sia for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out the depth of the person who had come. Thea smiled. This old man had been cooped up here for too long and had never seen the new god. After careful observation, she still found something strange. I thought you were a mage. I didn't expect your soul to not show signs of decay. Normal people can't withstand a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect you to have divinity too. Old Shazan was silent. Thea continued her analysis. According to the records, you should be a Canaanite, chosen by the gods and given divine power to maintain the order of the world. But you have divine power in you. It doesn't look like it was given by the gods. Are you a god yourself? Old Shazan, who looked like a homeless man, was finally moved. I am the Canaanite you speak of, and also, I was once a god. My name is Mamalawang. Sia chuckles, indicating that she has never heard of it. You must be a god that came out from some corner. Soon, old Shah's praise answers her doubts. I come from the place you call Australia now. I am the god of thunder there. Thea was still expressionless. The god of thunder. How classy. Zeus was also the god of thunder, but how could a skinny old man like you compare to Zeus? Zeus was strong because of his own strength. It had little to do with the god of thunder. If it was someone else, like the lonely old man Sharon, if he was given the god of thunder, he might not even be as good as a normal god. Moreover, the indigenous god of Australia, this was stronger than the Hawaiian shark god that Thea killed years ago. But there was a limit to how strong he was. He was the kind of god that could be defeated with a few dozen city guards with a stick. The power of the gods allowed old Shazan to survive until today. Thea did not care if he was possessed or merged. She only wanted the divine power. I'm here today to receive the divine power of the gods. This power should be used to contribute to the world, not to rot with you. Her words were not polite at all, because she did not have a good impression of this old man. Old Shazan looked at her with his old yellow eyes and shook his head. You should leave. You don't meet my standards. You are neither a good person nor an evil person. Huh. Thea was amused by the old man's muddle-headedness. Were his eyes for venting? Can't you see that I'm here to cause trouble? Also, this argument of absolute good and absolute evil was extremely laughable. How could there be such a person or God in this day and age? The Heavenly Father, who represented justice and love, slaughtered a planet with billions of lives with a wave of his hand. Darkseid, who also represented evil and brutality, had mainly conquered many planets. Sometimes he would even use some diplomatic means. He had never heard of this big shot being so bored as to kill for fun. Good and evil were relative, not absolute. Naturally, there was no such thing as absolute good and absolute evil. Thea was a little curious. Why did the old man look for such a person? Old Shazan, who looked like a homeless man, did not speak English. If Thea had not ascended to godhood, she would not have understood him. The old man stuttered in his native language. Only the good and the evil can control Pandora's box, close the gap again, and take back the original sin of mankind. Thea glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. It seemed that this old man was also a psychopath. She had wronged him when she said that he threw all the problems to Pandora and closed the door to sleep. He was also doing some work in silence. Most likely, he had tried all means in the past 10,000 years, and after all his efforts had failed, he came up with the idea of an absolute good and an absolute evil person as his successor. That box was not a magic item at all. The original sin and evil were all fake. It was a teleportation device, the result of the technology of the 3 imitations of the mother box on Earth. Only the people of that time and space could open it. Old Shazan was completely screwed over. For the sake of Pandora, she could still save him. But old Shazan looked dirty. She did not care about him at all. I don't care about your absolute good and evil. Hand over the divine power of the gods. Thea's cold tone finally made the slow old Shazan realize that something was wrong. Why was she so fierce? Did he owe her anything? Only I can give it to you. Mortals have no right to demand it. Old Shazan stood up. His words were beautiful, but unfortunately, his hunchback was less than 7 meters tall. He was a little weak in front of Thea, who was 8 meters tall. This Australian god still could not see through Thea's background. In order to strengthen his persuasion, he slammed the lightning short staff on the ground and shouted, "Shazan!" A brilliant golden lightning wrapped around old Shazan. When he appeared again, he had changed from a homeless man to a middle-aged, muscular man wearing a red tights and a white cloak. Your appearance is not bad, but it's a pity that this power is not yours. Thea took out her holy sword and rushed out like an arrow. The sword was slanted towards Shazan's head. Clang! A crisp sound was heard. Old Shazan held his staff with both hands and blocked the sword. Old Shazan was not used to Thea's style of fighting. He had just completed his transformation and had a lot of lines to say. Why did she rush over? Young people nowadays were too impatient. But no matter how dissatisfied he was, Thea's big sword was aimed at his vital points, and each strike was faster than the last. Old Shazan was a herdsman back then, and then he stayed at home for thousands of years. Occasionally, he would fight with his divine power to crush the enemy. Old Shazan had almost no experience in fighting an enemy. Faced with Sia's holy sword, he could only stupidly block left and right. His flashy tight clothes and large cloak became a burden, and he was slashed twice by Sia's sword as if he was a sandbag. What do you want? I want the divine power in your body. Old Shazan had no way to deal with such a tough opponent. Without his divine power, he would die. With only the divine power of the Australian gods, he could not have lived until today. There was nothing else to say. Let's continue fighting. Thunder and lightning. Old Shazan spoke in a long-lost language. As soon as his voice fell, A golden lightning as thick as a child's arm shot out from his staff. It was like a dragon, bearing its fangs and claws at Thea. "Old man, do you think you're the only one who knows how to use thunder and lightning?" Thea moved her sword to her left hand and summoned a ball of lightning with an equally imposing manner to meet the dragon. In the flash of lightning, old Shahzan flew back. His beard was as long as halberd, and his whole body swelled up visibly. He seemed to have used all his strength and spat out a simple syllable: "Ow." A sense of desolation shrouded the abandoned land of heaven and hell. After the smoke disappeared, a giant beast that looked like a hippopotamus, was 3 meters tall, had huge fangs, and walked upright appeared in sight. The giant beast's body was surrounded by a large amount of golden lightning, which proved that this was old Shahzan from before. Chapter 7:15. The space inside the Stone of Eternity began to expand proportionally due to the battle between the two, seemingly without end. Originally, she was worried that the fierce battle would destroy the space, but now that she saw this function, she was relieved. Thea's fighting spirit also rose. Is this a behemoth? This transformation spell is not bad. He knows that he is no match for me in close combat, so he wants to crush me like this. This old man is not so stupid. Old Shazan's move was completely different from the transformation spell in magic. Thea did not know whether this thing was a behemoth or not, so she could only name it according to the game. Is this the original body of your Australian god? Thea asked tentatively, but her hands did not stop casting at all. The giant beast had lost the ability to speak. It roared at her, and like a mountain, it charged at her with heavy footsteps. Roar! Thea's legendary transformation spell was also completed. She chose the overlord of the sky, the giant dragon. In the midst of the smoke, a thick dragon tail fiercely hit the side of the giant beast. The giant beast, that weighed several tons, was hit, and it staggered 2 steps before stabilizing its body. Thea transformed into a giant dragon that was most suitable for magic, the blue dragon. Her whole body was covered in orchid scales, and the scales were full of profound and unknown spells. She looked at old Shazan with eyes full of wisdom. Barbaric god, hand over the divine power of the gods. Blue dragons had always been known for their slender bodies. Thea's giant dragon naturally did not have those hindrances of muscles. She flew very dexterously in the air and faced the giant beast with a dragon's breath. Old Shazan, who had turned into a giant beast, acted completely according to instinct. Known as the king of the land, the behemoth also had the confidence to challenge the giant dragon. Its 2 claws that were longer than its knees slammed the ground fiercely, and at the same time, its feet kicked hard. The giant beast jumped into the air, not only dodging the dragon's breath, but also taking the opportunity to pounce on the giant dragon. The opponent was dominated by the beast's instincts, but Thea did not have this problem. Fighting with the dirty giant beast, how was that possible? With a nimble twist of his body, he flew a few meters into the air. When he saw that the huge beast had lost its strength, he immediately spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. Shazan, the god of thunder and lightning, should not be very useful to him. Thea extracted a huge amount of magic power and turned it into bone-chilling ice. She tilted her neck and blew a big breath at Shazan's back. Roar! The entire back of the giant beast was covered in frost. The ice formed by magic was constantly eroding its body. The giant beast was in midair and could no longer maintain its balance. It fell to the ground with a loud bang. Brainless fellow, humph! Thea followed up her victory with a large-scale mud spell that enveloped the battlefield. The giant beast struggled several times, but it sank into the mud because of its heavy weight. Thea threw out countless wind blades, and a layer of golden shield appeared on the surface of the giant beast. in an attempt to resist. Unfortunately, the shield only lasted for 3 minutes before it was broken. The giant beast covered its vital parts with its hands and tried to get out of the mud. She did not want to go down into the muddy battlefield. Thea used magic again. Great summoning spell to summon her subordinates. A sky-blue portal opened. Fiora, who had been on standby and wearing black armor, finally entered this space. She turned back into her human form. Thea pointed at the giant beast, and the female adjutant punched the giant beast in a loud explosion. She grabbed the giant beast's hair and punched its hippopotamus head twice. The giant beast struggled hard, but its weakness of not being able to fly limited its movements. The female adjutant had been basking in the sun on Earth for so many years. Even if she was not as good as Superman, she was not far behind. This kind of pure physical attack was simply fearless. The giant beast seemed to be irritated by the flying insect. It roared again, and its 2 giant claws kept dancing. The giant beast wanted to catch Fiora and drag her into its battle rhythm. However, as the leader of the younger generation on Krypton, Fiora's combat skills were also tempered by the Kryptonians. They were simple and effective. Fiora's talent in combat might not be as good as Kara's, but he had made up for the gap with years of hard work. The giant beast's combat instinct was far worse. After he merged with old Shazan, he had not fought for too many years. The divine power consumed by the transformation now was the divine power of the indigenous Australian god. Even if they looked the same on the surface, there was a big difference between their divine power and the divine power of others. Usually, he had to rely on his own divine power to control and guide the divine power of other gods. When the consumption was not too great, he could use it twice. If he consumed too much of his own divine power, the balance would be broken. Should he deactivate the transformation or continue to fight? The consequence of being overly cautious was to reveal a huge flaw. Fiora lifted the giant beast directly. Thea jumped up and slashed at his head with her sword. Shazan quickly deactivated the transformation, and the hippo's head shrank rapidly. The head turned back into a human and dodged the attack. Unfortunately, one of the giant claws did not dodge and was directly cut off by the brilliant holy sword. The brownish-black arm fell to the ground. Thea motioned Fiora to continue attacking fiercely. She raised her hand and arranged 2 sealing spells. She put the arm into the energy-absorbing necklace. The necklace operated automatically, and traces of pure divine power were filtered layer by layer and turned into her own divine power. The total amount is too little. It seems that a part of it has dissipated, but it is still faster than natural recovery. Thea gave Fiora a look. The female adjutant immediately understood that she wanted to capture the target alive. Fiora took a deep breath. The energy in his body was quickly converted, and a bone-chilling cold was directly ejected. Thea waved her hands repeatedly. Ice storm, icicle frost ray, and frost nova were continuously thrown out. With one of his arms cut off, old Shazan was a little overwhelmed by the 2 of them. He could only rely on the lightning enchantment to hold on. Old man, don't be so stubborn. Give up your divine power for the order of the world. It was never yours in the first place. Thea persuaded him to surrender like a villain. In order to increase the persuasion, she summoned Frost Killer Caitlin. The temperature in the room was cooled by the 3 of them together. Even the stone of eternity formed by the fragments of heaven and hell could not withstand their magic power. The few eternal night lamps that they saw earlier had been completely extinguished. The walls, the floor, and even the stone chair that old Shazan sat on earlier were all frozen and cracked. Old Shazan, who was already in a state of losing a lot of blood, looked pale. It was more like he was instinctively resisting the few of them. His brain that was already frozen was so cold that his thinking was even slower. After a long time, he finally understood the situation. Old Shazan shouted loudly, "No, I still have to choose a successor. I still have to find the person who is both good and evil. This is my mission." "Idiot!" Thea scolded. This old man was too stubborn. It was fine if he was stubborn, but he did not have the foresight and knowledge to waste so much of his divine power. If they continued to fight like this, it would be her divine power that would be wasted. Thea, who had long regarded the opponent as her prey, was ready to use her trump card. Chapter 7:16. Caitlin, absorb and convert Fiora's energy. Thea ordered. The Frost Killer had absorbed Superman's energy and killed the Righteous Alliance and the Suicide Squad with one big move. Naturally, she could freeze the old Shazan as well. The two girls had practiced this ability before. Caitlin nodded to Thea gently, indicating that she was ready. This was not a game, and there was no setting where the team could not be hurt. Before the final battle with Darkseid, Thea did not want to be hit hard, so she directly moved to the subspace. The subspace lacked color, and it was as if there was a layer of gauze in front of her eyes. She could not see clearly, but she could still feel the sudden burst of energy in the outside world. Clang! With a muffled sound, all the stellar energy in Fiora's body was converted. Caitlin froze the entire Stone of Eternity in an instant, and the originally dark gray underground palace turned into a world of ice and snow. In the face of such a huge burst of energy, even the old Shazan, who bore the brunt of it, was frozen into a giant ice block with a confused expression on his face. "Beautiful. You two go back and rest." "Good, and the rest will take care of the rest." Thea stepped out of the subspace and looked at the results with great interest. She immediately gave the two outstanding female generals a long vacation. The female adjutant's stellar energy was almost depleted, and she needed to absorb sunlight again. Caitlin's mind was also burdened by controlling such a huge amount of energy, so the two immediately went back to rest. Thea checked on the old Shazan. The old man did not even realize that they had a combination skill, so he was not mentally prepared at all, and was directly knocked out. "Sigh, it's a pity that we can't use this skill too often. Fiora's 3 years of savings are gone." The young lady sighed as she carved a magic circle. She wanted to seal the old Shazan's divine power and mental world. After that, she summoned the gorilla. Grud was choked by the cold environment, and Thea could only coax and scare him to hold on. This guy was lazy and hated work. His endurance was getting worse and worse, and Thea felt that his ability to control his mind was worse than in the same dimension. Even though old Shazan was knocked out and had no power to resist, it took Jared a long time to get the old man under control. "This world is full of holes because of people like you who hold the banner of justice high, but do a bunch of stupid things. I will protect this world. Billy Batson can continue to be a brat. Your mission is over. Go to the other world and find your good and evil people." Thea whispered to herself. She then turned to Grud and said, "Erase his will." Even though old Shazan's body had changed owners and his spiritual power had been weakened layer by layer, his willpower was still very tenacious. It took Jared, who had maxed out all of his spiritual ability talent points, a whole day to completely erase Shazan's consciousness. At this moment, old Shazan's body was still there, and so was his soul. Only his consciousness had been erased. Thea sent away Gertrude, who was so tired that his tongue was hanging out. She took the big ice cube and found a hot planet to thaw it. "Do you still recognize me?" He waved his hand in front of the awakened old Shazan, but the old man did not respond. "What is your name?" This time, Thea used her spiritual power to ask the old man. Old Shahzan was confused for a long time. He then shook his head with a blank expression. The effect was good. Thea was very excited. She put the living source of divine power into the necklace. The thick and long divine power was transformed into new divine power and slowly injected into Thea's divine positions. Since there was no one around, Thea could not help but moan. It was like a person who had been thirsty for water for days finally finding a water source. It was a very comfortable feeling, with her divine power fully replenished. Even if she still could not defeat Darkseid's clone, she was confident that she could last 30 to 50 moves. This old man is not simple. As she slowly absorbed the divine power, she felt something strange. Old Shahzan not only had the divine power of the Australian native god, but he also had another divine power in his body that he probably did not even know existed. He. Sia carefully identified it and nodded. She chuckled. It has a trace of Zeus's original power. This old man is actually Zeus's chosen one. It was not difficult to guess that old Shahzan did not know that he had this power. Similar to Diana, this was another one of Zeus's hidden pawns. This was also why old Shahzan could use lightning freely. Among the 6 divine powers of old Shahzan, there was Zeus' divine power. However, that was only pure divine power and was completely different from the original power. Originally, Thea wanted to suck the old man dry. Now, she changed her mind. She wanted to keep old Shahzan captive and use his connection with Zeus's original body to continuously absorb Zeus' divine power. Anyway, the king of gods' main body was in hibernation. He was happily training his Smuff, so he would not mind. Thea did not care whether Zeus' level would drop if she took too much of the original power. Back then, Zeus was like an unreachable mountain to her. Now that she was going to fight Darkseid head-on, she was 100 times more confident. She was not afraid of him. When they returned to the new world, Diana also brought reinforcements. There were 500 Amazons, 500 Minotaurs, and 200 Death Knights. Hercules, the god of strength who was suffering in Mount Olympus, also came to the new world. At this time, he was competing with the Valkyrie. Hera was busy arguing with Athena and could not leave, so she sent Wineskin, no, god of wine, Dionysus to help her. Thea did not know how to deal with this weakling who was good at eating, drinking, and having fun. After all, he was here to help, so she could only treat him well. We can't continue like this. The ordinary people are too nervous. We need to adjust our strategy. When she returned to the White House, her mother told her this news. She then handed her a few reports. The ordinary people had all kinds of guesses. Some said that the Earth was going to explode. Some said that it was going to be World War III. And, of course, the most common was that it was an alien invasion. Thea scratched her head. She also realized that she had been too nervous during this period. The pressure of shouldering the fate of the entire world was only part of the reason. More importantly, it was the influence of the divine position of the soul on her. 99% of the souls were filled with resentment. Being in charge of the divine position was not optimistic at all. Announce the truth. The people have the right to know what happened. Moira sat behind the president's desk and deeply felt that it was not easy for her predecessor. I'll do as you say. I'll make some adjustments accordingly. On Friday night, a group of technicians was adjusting the equipment in the president's office in the White House. Moira was preparing for a televised speech. This was not the traditional fireside chat, so it would take a long time to prepare. Milady was more low-key in the White House. She found a chair and sat by the side, watching a group of people busying themselves. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. It was the little Supergirl, Kara Danvers. How did she get into the White House?